All right, Senator Smitherman, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, members of the Senate. We have a treat today in that we have our moments for Black history, and we are able to have our person that we're talking about here presently with us at this time. And so it's an honor that he's able to be here, and of course, we want to present him this resolution, and I'm going to take this opportunity to present it. And then if you all would be so kind to give him an opportunity, a few minutes, to just say a few words to us, we would appreciate that tremendously. Mr. President, I don't know if you still want them. They maybe think we finna say the pledge up there. Don't worry about that.
Yeah, no, y'all can grab a seat up there in the gallery.
That was all. I just didn't want them to think that. Thank you. This special honor is, in this resolution, is commending Mr. Doc Ron Jr. on his outstanding accomplishments. It reads as follows. Whereas with great esteem, we extend highest commendations to Mr. Doc Ron Jr., who was the first Black athlete to play football at the University of Alabama. And whereas Doc Ron Jr. was born on December 13, 1946, in Montgomery, Alabama, he is the fourth oldest of 6 children, 3 brothers and 2 sisters, born to Mr. Doc Ron and Mrs. Anna M. Ron. And whereas he attended George Washington Carver Elementary School, Junior High School, and Senior High School, he graduated from Carver in 1966 with honors in academics, football, and track and field. And he served as president of the Student Council in 1965 and 1966. And whereas Mr. Ron was awarded a 4-year scholarship from Mississippi Valley State College for football and academics, in addition to scholarships from Tuskegee Institute and several colleges in Michigan and Ohio. However, he wanted to attend the University of Alabama and declined his scholarship offers. And whereas Mr. Ron applied to the University of Alabama during the summer of 1966 and was accepted after taking the ACT test and scoring high enough to qualify for admissions, he registered for the fall semester of 1966. And whereas after watching the football team go undefeated, Mr. Ron was hooked and called Coach Bear Bryant's office to request a meeting to join the team as a walk-on the spring of 1967. At this time, a Black athlete had never played or even practiced with the University of Alabama Crimson Tide football team. Mr. Ron joined the team, and 4 other Black players followed. To Mr. Ron's surprise, his teammates were very competitive with each other, and they treated him like one of the gang. And whereas in 2014, Doc Ron was inducted into the prestigious Alabama A Club as an honorary member, usually this honor is for athletes who earn a letter in their sports. But Mr. Ron never played in a game, but his impact on Alabama football was more significant than any athlete who played in Tuscaloosa. Whereas Mr. Ron graduated with a bachelor's degree in political science with minors in economic and geographics, and a certificate in regional and urban planning in January of 2021. He retired as a supervisor with 44 years of experience from Contech Engineering Solutions. Now therefore be it resolved by the Senate of the Legislature of Alabama that Doc Ron Jr. is highly honored and congratulated on his outstanding achievements, and this resolution is offered to him in the deepest admiration and appreciation for his significant contributions to the University of Alabama football team. It's signed by the Legislative Secretary, Mr. Patrick Harris, and by our outstanding Lieutenant Governor, Mr. Will Ainsworth. Let's give him a big round of applause.
Roll Tide. First of all, giving honor to God, who's the head of my life, and to give thanks to Senator Smitherman for inviting me to this occasion. I am deeply gratified for this honor. When I entered the University of Alabama in 1966, and when I made that important step to talk to Coach Bryant in 1967, it was not for any kind of accolades. I just wanted to play football. And after going through the 66 football season and watching the team practice, playing games, and watching the enthusiasm in Dennis Stadium, I thought maybe there was a place for me. So I walked on, made an appointment with Coach Bryant, and in fact, I talked to the secretary and I asked if she could make an appointment for me, and she did. And when she called me back and told me that Coach Bryant agreed to meet with me, my heart jumped because I just said, what have I got myself into? But I went to his office, and I'm sure a lot of you know Coach Bryant and what kind of man he was. He was sitting behind a big desk in a big chair, and he had the low, gravelly voice. He said, "Come on in." And we talked about my background and what he expected of me if I expected to play football at University of Alabama. And one thing he said to me was that after we had talked for a little while, he said, "Ron, I'll have to admire you for what you're doing." He said, "It takes a lot of courage to do what you're doing," which I didn't really think about it. But years later, I kind of thought about that. But at the time, I was a young teenager, just eager to play football. And he said, "Well, there's one thing I want you to do if you expect to play football for Alabama." I said, "Yes, sir." He said, "You're going to have to cut your mustache off." He said, "You know, if I made Joe Namath cut his hair, you're going to cut that mustache off." I said, "Yes, sir, I will do that." And I kind of fumbled around and didn't do it right away. And then came the time for spring training, and Coach Goochtree was the trainer, came by and took me to the doctor's office for my physical, and we were on the way back. He expressed the same words that Coach Bryant had expressed to me. He said, "You know, you have to be, for what you're doing, you have to be proud of what you're doing because this is a big step that you're making." He said, "But if I were you, I would comply with Coach Bryant's wishes and cut that mustache off." So I completely forgot about it. But when he let me out of his car at the dorm, I made a beeline to my room, and I cut the mustache off. And I guess that was the first time I've been without a mustache since about 10th grade. But it was quite an experience for me. Day of spring training, there were reporters there from everywhere, and it was a new experience for me, but one that I cherished because I knew it was going to be tough, but I thought I was just as tough as anybody else. And so we went through spring training and all of the rigors that Coach Bryant, the training staff, put on us. And I think I held it well. I made some friends, and I think I know a lot of people will think that during that time that, you know, how segregation was at that time, and thought that I would be kind of shunned on the team, but it wasn't that way. The players on the team welcomed me. We competed with each other. They tried to knock my head off, and I did the same. And that's the way it ended. And one player who really took a like to me was, he was a starting guard. It was Tom Somerville. And I think he passed away a few years ago. But he was instrumental in getting me accepted into the as an honorary member of the A Club. We had grown that close during our time of competing on the football field. But there was a joyous occasion for me. It was a wonderful occasion. And I'll tell you about one incident that, and I'm not going to talk long, that really stuck with me is that one day I was walking to practice. It was about 1:30 in the afternoon. And we usually have practice about 2 o'clock in the afternoon. And I was walking down University Boulevard, and this burgundy-colored LTD pulled up beside me and stopped. And I looked around, and the person in the car rolled the window down, and he said, "Come on, get in." And I looked, I said, "This is Coach Bryant." So he asked me to get in. He took me to practice that day. And we talked about how spring training was going, and he expressed to me his optimism for me being on the team, and he's talking with the other coaches that I was doing a good job. Well, now that I think about it, I don't know how many people have had Coach Bryant to take them to practice, be in their car. This is the most famous coach in famous college football coach in history. So I'll always cherish that moment and that day. But the experience was great. The experience was a lifetime thing that I'll cherish. But little did I know that 50-some years later, people will still be talking about Doc Rohn walking on in Alabama in 1967. I thank you for allowing me this time, and I thank you for this recognition and this words of appreciation. God bless you all.
I don't want you to mess up because you've got some fantastic guests with you. And you need to say who they are. Don't you agree?
Absolutely. Yes. I began with my wife, 40 years, Lemitra Rohn. My daughter, Winter Rohn. And my baby daughter, Brittany Rohn. I have a son, but he's not here today. And that's it.
All right, thank you.
Members, if any of you want to get a photograph with our guests today, they're going to be right out at the flags, at the seal. So if you'll make your way out there to get a photograph, that'd be great.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Alabama Senate will now come to order. Our prayer today will be delivered by Brittany Chester. Brittany is a member of the Greater Huntsville chapter of Jack and Jill.
Good morning. Let us pray. God, we gather here today in gratitude for this day and for this beautiful opportunity to gather together today with families as well as our state and our legislators and representatives. Grant everyone the wisdom to always be open to listen and learn from you and your people. Guide us to your will to continue to make and embrace positive change for years to come, as we know you would see fit. Guide us on how to continue to raise up leaders and future leaders and change makers. Help us to lead by example, God. Be with all of our political leaders to continue to give them strength and wisdom for the battles that they face daily. Guide our leaders to hear from you and give them the strength to stand for what is right and what's of you. Thank you, God, for all of your blessings and all that you do for us. Continue to be with us. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Thank you. Today, the pledge will be led by Destiny Maynard. Destiny is a student at Bayshore Christian School and a member of the Mobile chapter of Jack and Jill. She is an award-winning equestrian and plans to be an equine veterinarian.
Attention, salute, pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Thank you, Destiny. And I want to thank Senator Smitherman for bringing our guest. And words I normally don't say as an Auburn fan, but roll tide. Secretary, call the roll.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Allen, Mr. Barfoot, Mr. Beasley, Mr. Bell, Mr. Butler, Mr. Carnley, Mr. Chambliss, Mr. Chasteen, Ms. Coleman Madison, Mr. Elliott, Ms. Figures, Mr. Gavan, Mr. Gudger, Mr. Hatcher, Mr. Hovey, Mr. Jones, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kitchens, Mr. Livingston, Mr. Melson, Mr. Orr, Mr. Price, Mr. Reed, Mr. Roberts, Mr. Sessions, Mr. Shelnut, Mr. Singleton, Mr. Smitherman, Mr. Stewart, Mr. Stutz, Mr. Wagner, Ms. Weaver, Mr. Williams.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have 32 senators present, which is a quorum. The Senate's ready to transact business.
Mr. President,
Senator Wagner.
move that we excuse absent senators.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. President,
Senator Wagner.
move that we dispense with the reading of the journal from the previous legislative day and that we adopt said journal.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered. All right, got some special guests need to recognize in the gallery. Got several groups we're going to recognize. First, want to recognize the Alabama Federation Republican Women, the guest of the entire Senate Republican caucus. Y'all can please stand. Welcome to Alabama Senate. All right, next, the Montgomery Catholic fourth grade class. If you could please stand. Welcome to Alabama Senate. All right, next group, the Jack and Jill of America Incorporated. If y'all could please stand. And finally, the last guest, the guest of Senator Stewart, E.M. Brown Community Center Foundation from Mentor, Alabama. If y'all could please stand. Welcome to Alabama Senate. All right, Mr. Pro Tem, a lot of guests here today.
A lot of guests, Mr. President. Looks like we're losing some of our audience. You all have a great day in the Alabama State House. Mr. President, I think at this time I want to make a motion to set aside sunset to move forward on other Senate business.
Okay, that requires a long roll. So, Secretary, call the long roll.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Allen, Mr. Barfoot, Mr. Beasley, Mr. Bell, Mr. Butler, Mr. Carnley, Mr. Chambliss, Mr. Chasteen, Ms. Coleman, Ms. Coleman Madison, Mr. Elliott, Ms. Figures, Mr. Gavan, Mr. Gudger, Mr. Hatcher, Mr. Hovey, Mr. Jones, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kitchens, Mr. Livingston, Mr. Melson, Mr. Orr, Mr. Price, Mr. Reed, Mr. Roberts, Mr. Sessions, Mr. Shelnut, Mr. Singleton, Mr. Smitherman, Mr. Stewart, Mr. Stutz, Mr. Wagner, Ms. Weaver, Mr. Williams.
All right, 31 ayes, 0 nays. The motion passes.
Mr. President,
Senator Reed.
Mr. President, I'm going to remind the body again as the Rules Chairman makes his way to the podium. There's going to be a report from the Committee on Rules, and in that there will be elements that are included because of what we're doing with Sunset within the special order calendar that will allow us to do some things that would be in the regular order. Then we have several pieces of legislation to follow. But I just wanted to make the body aware of that. Senator Wagner is here.
All right,
Mr. President,
Senator Wagner.
have a report from the Committee on Rules.
All right, Secretary Reed received the report from the Committee on Rules.
From the Committee on Rules, Senate Resolution Number 27, Special Order Calendar. Be it resolved by the Senate of the Legislature of Alabama that immediately upon the adoption of this resolution, the following business in the order set forth below shall be the special and paramount order of business for the 12th legislative day, taking precedence over the regular order of business or any pending or unfinished business. Introduction of bills, House messages, reports from standing committees, motions and resolutions. On page 26, Senate Bill 159 by Senator Melson relating to in vitro fertilization. On page 23, Senate Bill 34 by Senator Smitherman relating to crimes and offenses. On page 23, Senate Bill 89 by Senator Smitherman relating to crimes and offenses. On page 8, Senate Bill 118 by Senator Stewart and Coleman Madison relating to the Sunset Law, the Alabama Private Investigation Board. On page 15, Senate Bill number 120 by Senator Stewart relating to the Alabama Board of Funeral Services. On page 15, Senate Bill 121 by Senator Kelly relating to the Alabama Real Estate Commission. On page 9, Senate Bill 130 by Senator Barfoot relating to the Alabama Board of Court Reporting. On page 10, Senate Bill 131 by Senator Barfoot relating to the Alabama Behavior Analyst Licensing Board. On page 17, Senate Bill 136 by Senator Gudger relating to the State 911 Board. On page 17, Senate Bill 137 by Senator Gudger relating to the Alabama Board of Massage Therapy. On page 11, Senate Bill 144 by Senator Coleman Madison relating to the Alabama Board of Examiners in Psychology. On page 12, Senate Bill 145 by Senator Coleman Madison relating to the Board of Examiners in Counseling.
Is that it? Mr. President.
I hear you. Mr. President, I'd like to speak to the motion, please.
All right, you're recognized.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Rules Chairman, for bringing this calendar, and we look forward to going through this. I know you put a lot into it, the thought, the way you do all the time. You the king of the calendar around here. You always put together some good calendar, whether they're controversial or non-controversial, whether we like it or not. You that man. And we respect the calendars that you put together. And so here we are, another day. What is this, the 10th, 11th, 12th legislative day? Number 12. We're almost half of the session, and it looks like we haven't even been in a good month yet. And we're already half of the session. So as we go through this, Mr. Chairman, I guess I need to get one of your calendars so I can talk about it, don't I? Okay, we're gonna go through the introduction of bills, House messages, standing committee, motions, resolutions. First bill on the calendar, 159, in vitro fertilization, civil and criminal immunity provided for in vitro fertilization goods and services in certain circumstances. See, this is one of those I told you so moments. This is one of those moments that when we tried to pass a comprehensive abortion bill in 2019, criminalizing doctors, is one of those I told you moments that you were going too far. You were going too far trying to define what life is, going too far trying to get ahead of Roe versus Wade, something that we didn't have anything to do with here in the state of Alabama, and that was going to have to be dealt with at the national level. All we had to do was stay and sit and wait. Roe versus Wade got overturned, and yet and still, we wanted to make sure that we had our state rights to do what we want. And now we have these mothers, these precious mothers, sitting in prayer, not understanding what is going to happen to their babies. Those babies that are sitting somewhere in a freezer. Because the Supreme Court of the state of Alabama has said, now that is life. And they are now babies. If any other mother go through a 9-month pregnancy and put her baby in a freezer, then it would be child abuse. While we look for this solution to help these mothers get to where they want to go, while the men and women of this august body, playing God, decided that they want to say when life begins. So we're going to deal with this in vitro fertilization bill. I know that the gentleman who bringing the bill trying to deal with criminal penalties against doctors, but in the Constitution Amendment that was passed in 2019, it criminalized doctors anywhere from 10 to 99 years in prison if they were to abort a child. Where there are eggs in this in vitro fertilization process, they're gonna have to be disposed with. Is that not abortion? Is that not taking away life now, according to the Supreme Court? I don't want these mothers to be criminalized. I don't want these mothers to have to suffer simply because these men on the right made their mistakes by passing a bill without looking at the unintended consequences and not allowing for them to be able to do what they need to do. Yeah, I know they don't want me to talk about it, don't want to make them feel bad, don't want to make them look bad, but you made a bad decision. And I'm going to talk about it some more when the bill actually come up. This is just a pre-sermon. This is just a pre-sermon. And so, This is just a temporary fix. We really are going to have to fix this problem so that it won't have to happen anywhere else. Because there's a poor mother out there who wants to have a child and cannot and can't afford this process. There are mothers who have been raped and been scarred, and they had to carry their baby now. And if they want to have another child, they can't afford this process. Thank God for those who can and want to give life. I want to help them today. But this is one of those unintended consequences that the men and women on the right who having their individual conversations trying to act like they're ignoring me, you just got to eat this one up. You caused this problem, and you're going to have to deal with this problem. And women all over the states should be pointing their fingers at you. You made this bed hard, and now you got to sleep in it. I don't know how you sleep at night in the comfort of knowing that you got babies sitting in a freezer somewhere. There's a lot of questions around this, and where's the Supreme Court thinking? Supreme Court then goes and give all these biblical terms of how they come to this decision. When God basically already told us when life began, he basically said, when I breathe into that nostril, in that first breath, then there was life. Then I know all these men over here who claim God and country, but they want to make interpretations the way they want to make the interpretations versus what thus said the Lord. They all huddled up. They don't know what the backlash is going to be when I get through with them. You got to face this one. You got to face this one. And we're going to give a solution. And I give thanks to the sponsor of this bill that he was kind enough to bring a solution today. I didn't like his first solution that he had a bill that was going to redefine what life is all over again by saying when it attaches to the uterus. There you go, defining, being God, defining life. But at least on this bill, he at least trying to protect those in the process, trying to make sure that they can get through this. But yet and still, we're going to be disposing babies. But we're going to give people immunity to be able to do that. For all those folks who right to life, we're going to still be getting immunity to get rid of those babies that the Supreme Court has declared to be life. But yet and still, a woman who goes through a rape don't have that same choice. A woman who goes through incest don't have that same choice. Doctors who have to deal with a rape or incest, if a woman wants to abort a child, will be criminalized from 10 to 99 years. They don't get that same right. And I know a cloture petition is probably being prepared to try to shut us up by the time this bill get here, because they're not going to want us to talk very long on this. And I know that's what's probably going to happen. So that's why I'm going to get my sermon in now in these first 20 minutes. So there was one senator in this body who quoted in the news that we will never have to worry about IVF. because his bill will protect women under IVF. Never thought he'd see this day. Never thought they'll see this moment in time of history in this state, old precious Alabama, old conservative Alabama, supermajority Republican Party will put the women they say they love in this position. Never thought about it because it's a bunch of men who decided that they're going to say what a woman should do with her body. And now the women of the state of Alabama is praying and asking that you fix this. And I'm going to help you get it fixed because I'm going to vote for this bill to help you fix it. But in the meantime, you need to understand what it is that you've done and the damage that you'll cause. I had a young lady come in my office just yesterday who was supposed to have had her procedure done next week, and only to wake up the day that the decision came out that brought her anxiety and fear. And when the clinics decided to shut down at UAB, not understanding what would happen with her family that she was trying to move forward just to have life in her family. But because these men and women in this hall, both in the House and in the Senate, on the Republican side of the aisle, even the females over on that side of the aisle voted for that bill, not thinking about the women. On the day like this that it will come, they can sit back in their chairs, go back to their office, but they sure don't want me at this mic making them feel this way. You're going to have to eat this one. This is one you're going to have to eat. Every one of them on that side of the aisle voted for it, except the new guys. They didn't get a chance to vote for it. I'm going to give them a pass. They didn't vote for it. But every one of them on that side, no one wanted to stand up. I've had members to come to me and say, that was the worst bill we could have voted for. I wish I hadn't voted for it. But you did. But you did vote for it. And you put these women in this position. You almost gave the Supreme Court no room to rule but the way that they ruled. See, those are unintended consequences that we've been trying to get y'all to understand. What y'all don't understand is that y'all ain't been governing but for the last 14 years. Y'all ain't been around governing that long. The Republican Party just took over in 2010 after 126 years. You're young at this. You don't understand governance. You're just doing politics. It's not governance. Y'all just been at this thing for the last 14 years and you know everything. You got to eat this one up. Y'all put these women in this position. Go back to your office because you don't want to be seen, sitting back in your seat smiling, trying to show that's a phony grin on your faces. You put DEI on me last week. You don't want diversity on me, make me feel like you don't want me to be a part of you. I don't care if you don't feel good. It ain't my fault to help you feel good today. I don't care if you don't feel good. I hope you do feel bad. You should be somewhere on your knees praying and hope that these women don't get criminalized in this process. But all of y'all believe in God and country and making sure you do the right thing. You don't think. You don't think. You just do what the national party tell y'all to do. You don't think about your people in the state of Alabama. You just follow a national trend. You want to get out in front of Roe versus Wade. We want to be the first state to get to the court to try to overthrow Roe versus Wade. And this is what you got yourself, trying to be first when you almost ended up last. Just had to get out there. You just couldn't wait. Couldn't wait. You couldn't wait. Couldn't wait on your day to get out in front of it, but you had to be the first. That same doctor that you're going to give immunity today in this bill, if that same doctor tried to help a poor mother who been raped, will get the same 10 to 99 years in prison for helping that mother. But we want to help a mother who can afford IVF, and we should. We shouldn't be penalizing the doctors in the other situation. Look how that balances out. The same doctor, if a poor mother who been raped, and she could be rich, who been raped and traumatized. I'm not a woman, ain't never been raped and ain't never raped a woman. But from the experiences that I hear about women who are raped and the horrible things that they go through, the mental effect that it has on a woman, and we in the state of Alabama make her carry a baby after that, and if that doctor decides to help her, he will go 10 to 99 years to prison. But now the Supreme Court has said that this is life. These eggs are now life, and we're going to give them immunity to be able to get rid of these eggs if the woman decides that she don't want them anymore. Somebody got to dispose of some of these eggs. These eggs are going to have to go somewhere. We can't implant all of them into a woman. But we're going to give them immunity, and we won't call that abortion. It's going to be cute. That ain't abortion. That's just giving the doctors immunity. That is a life. It is hypocritical of y'all.
All right, Senator Singleton, time is up on the calendar.
Thank you, Mr. President.
There was a motion, I believe, to use previous roll.
The long roll, please.
You want long roll?
Yes.
All right, Secretary, call the long roll.
I'm going to stretch it out as long as I can.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Allen. Mr. Barfoot. Mr. Beasley. Mr. Bell. Mr. Butler. Mr. Carnley. Mr. Chambliss. Mr. Chastain. Ms. Coleman. Ms. Coleman-Madison. Mr. Elliott. Ms. Figures. Mr. Gavan. Mr. Gudger. Mr. Hatcher. Mr. Hovey. Mr. Jones. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kitchens. Mr. Livingston. Mr. Melson. Mr. Orr. Mr. Price. Mr. Reed. Mr. Roberts. Mr. Sessions. Mr. Shelnut. Mr. Singleton. Mr. Smitherman. Mr. Stewart. Mr. Stutz. Mr. Wagner. Ms. Weaver. Mr. Williams.
All right, 31 ayes, 0 nays. The special order calendar is adopted. All right, Senator.
Mr. President.
Yes, Senator.
I have a point of personal privilege for.
All right, you're recognized.
Ladies and gentlemen, in light of the season we're in and talking a little bit about the bill coming from upstairs and coming to the Senate, and we're trying to figure out what we're going to do with it, I'd like to take the opportunity to speak just a few minutes with a gentleman from Walker County, the pro tem. We have a game of basketball coming up Saturday morning where the Scottsboro girls are playing the Jasper girls for the championship. And I'd just like to make you a friendly wager of something that is one of my most prized possessions. So if I could, I have a signed picture by Rick Pate. So that Scottsboro wins, okay?
All right,
President.
Mr. Pro Tem.
I appreciate the majority leaders asking me about the game coming up, and certainly I'm in support of the Jasper High School Lady Vikings, who are phenomenal, and they've done extraordinarily well. So with that, Senator, I'm willing to accept that idea of a wager, and I have something for you, which is a copy of the 2006 recorded Classic Revival Gospel CD by none other than Greg Reed.
I have whispers in my ear that I'm getting taken, but I'll take that bet. I'll take that challenge. So make him sign it all.
Yeah, and I'm willing to sign it if you want me to.
I appreciate that. So
Great.
This will be on the desk. Thank you.
That is great.
Sir.
President.
All right,
Mr.
thank you.
President.
All right.
Of order, Mr. President. Is gambling legal in the state of Alabama?
All right, moving on. Now move on to introduction of bills.
Senate Bill number 174 by Senator Coleman Madison relating to voting is referred to the Judiciary Committee. Senate Bill number 175. Relating to the compensation of members of local boards of education is referred to the Committee on Education Policy by Senator Chasteen.
Mr. President, we request the title be read.
All right, Secretary, read the title.
Senate Bill number 175 relating to the compensation of members of local boards of education to amend Section 16126, Code of Alabama, to repeal Section 16885, Code of Alabama 1975, to increase the maximum compensation for members of local boards of education, to place the compensation of a member of a local board of education in escrow if certain continuing education and training requirements are not met, and to provide procedures if a member of a local board of education leaves office while his or her compensation remains in escrow. Senate Bill number 176 by Senator Chasteen and others relating to public K through 12 education is referred to the Committee on Education Policy.
Mr. President, request the title be read.
All right, Secretary, read the title.
Relating to public education and two-year institutions of higher education, to create the Alabama Career Roadmap Act, to provide legislative findings, to require the Alabama Community College System to develop a career readiness module and a list of career roadmap post-secondary opportunities, to require each public high school student to complete the module and a career roadmap post-secondary opportunity prior to graduating high school, to require each local board of education to collaborate with local community colleges, and to require ACCS and the State Board of Education to adopt policies, procedures, and rules. Senate Bill number 177 by Senator Gudger relating to municipal gas districts is referred to the Committee on Fiscal Responsibility and Economic Development. Senate Bill number 178 by Senator Coleman Madison relating to voting rights is referred to the Judiciary Committee.
Mr. President,
Senator Smithman.
I request the title be read.
All right, Secretary, read the title.
Relating to voting rights to amend section 1522-36-1, 17-331, and 17-43 Code of Alabama 1975 to eliminate the application requirement and the certificate of eligibility to register to vote, and to require the Board of Pardons and Paroles to restore the voting rights of individuals who lost the right to vote by reason of conviction of certain crimes if the individuals have met the criteria for restoration of voting rights. Senate Bill number 179 by Senator Coleman Madison, relating to voting, is referred to the Judiciary Committee.
President. Mr. President, thank you. Mr. President, request,
Senator Smith.
request the bill. Title be read.
All right, Secretary, read the title.
Relating to voting, to amend section 17330.1 Code of Alabama 1975 to remove certain crimes from the list of offenses that are considered crimes of moral turpitude. Senate Bill number 180 by Senator Gudger, relating to the State of Alabama Plumbers and Gas Fitters Examining Board, is referred to the Committee on Fiscal Responsibility and Economic Development. Senate Bill number 181 by Senator Gudger, relating to state, county, and municipal sales and use taxes, is referred to the Committee on Finance and Taxation Education.
Mr. President.
Senator Smithman.
That's okay. I'll wait till next one.
Okay.
Yeah,
Sure.
Next one.
Senate Bill number 182 by Senator Hatcher, relating to sentencing, is referred to the Judiciary Committee.
Mr. Chairman, I request the title be read.
All right, Secretary, read the title.
Relating to sentencing, to amend sections 13A-546 and 13A-547 Code of Alabama 1975 to require a unanimous vote of a jury to impose a death sentence in a capital murder case, to require a majority vote of a jury to impose a sentence of life imprisonment without parole, to add sections 13A-546.1 and 13A-547.2 to the Code of Alabama 1975, to provide for resentencing for certain defendants sentenced for capital murder, to repeal section 13A-547.1 Code of Alabama 1975, and to make non-substantive technical revisions to update the existing code language to current style. Senate Bill number 183 by Senator Hatcher, relating to virtual education, is referred to the Committee on Education Policy.
Mr. President, request the title be read.
All right, Secretary, read the title.
Relating to virtual education, to authorize full-time students to complete state-required assessments that close browser remote testing, to specify the conditions for administering the assessments, and to exempt public institutions of higher education.
Okay.
Mr. President,
Senator Singleton.
have title read, please.
Secretary, read the title. All right.
Senate Bill number 184 by Senator Elliott, is relating to Baldwin County, is referred to the Committee on Local Legislation. Senate Bill number 185 by Senator Singleton, relating to service contracts, is referred to the Judiciary Committee.
Mr. President, I'd like to have the title read and read it slow so they can hear it, please.
All right, Secretary, read the title.
Relating to service contracts, to amend section 832.5 Code of Alabama 1975 to require a service contract provider to define certain terms used in the contract, to clearly disclose certain limitations on a provider's obligation and liability to the contract holder, and to require certain disclosures in related marketing and advertising content presented to a prospective customer. Senate Bill number 186 by Senator Orr, relating to elections, is referred to the Committee on County and Municipal Government.
President, I'd like to have the title read, length, please.
All right, Secretary, read the title.
Senate Bill number 186, relating to elections, to add sections 114610 and 1716 Code of Alabama 1975 to prohibit the use of any ranked choice voting method in elections except for electors who vote by absentee ballot, pursuant to the Uniformed and Overseas Citizens Absentee Voting Act.
All right, moving on to House messages. Secretary, call the first House message.
Message from the Governor. Ladies and gentlemen, I received Senate Bill 63 and believe that it should be amended as enrolled and presented to me. Senate Bill 63 would protect a county commission from liability from the expenditure or the use of public funds where a single public official has discretion over those funds under a local law. Please amend Senate Bill 63 as follows. On page 1, line 15, delete the phrase local law and insert in lieu thereof the phrase local or general law. Adoption of the above proposed executive amendment will remove my objection to this bill. Respectfully submitted, Kay Ivey, Governor.
Mr. President, I'd like to have that title read, please. What are we on now? Oh, House messages. I'm sorry. I don't want to speak to it. We good.
All right, Senator Carnley.
Yeah, I want to make a motion to concur with the executive amendment, please.
All right, did you want to speak on this?
Oh, yeah, let me talk on the executive amendment. Wow, what is this about?
Okay, so this bill, SB 63, when we introduced this, this was something that looking at for the counties, it's called sole discretion, where you had elected officials who had independent, I will call them discretionary accounts, where they were doing fundraisers that they could use inside that office and do things that they needed to do, whether it was buy equipment for personnel or things for their office.
Like the sheriff sometimes holding raffles and things of that nature? Yeah.
That's right. And so in looking at this, what the county commission said was, okay, that's fine, but we have no oversight or input on how those monies are spent or how they're raised. But if there was anything that elected official did that created a lawsuit, then what was happening or the potential that could happen is that the county commission could be sued as well, because they would look at this, say, oh, well, you're a county official, so that means the county commission is liable for this.
So let me get a question. So if I'm the sheriff, which is a county official.
Right.
Now, maybe because the sheriff is a constitutional officer, I'm not sure whether that really even affects him. But he does have a budget under the county commission, so we'll use that. I hold a raffle. I have a prize for $200. I tell the senator from Mount Brook that his name came up, but oh, it really wasn't you, but it was the senator from somewhere else. He turns around and sue me. Mm-hmm. So you're saying that the county commission is saying that they might be held severally and liable for that also, because they'll probably be named in the suit when they had nothing to do with the money.
That's correct. And so it's not removing the liability from that elected official. They're still, responsible for that. They can still be sued. What they're saying is if you bring suit, you sue that individual or that elected official, not the county commission in addition, because they're not involved in approving whatever that fundraiser was, what type of fundraiser, so they don't vote, they don't give a resolution to say we agree to this. They can just in general do it however and whenever they want to, but there's not been an instance, okay? So there's not been a situation that this has occurred, but what is happening is, our sheriffs, You know, they lose the pistol permit money. So they have, you know, really worked hard to try to replenish that. Now, some of it we've done here at the state level, you know, temporarily. But, you know, they've had to resort to, you know, basically raising their own funds.
So the county commission want immunity here.
Well, the county commission, only if they have no oversight or discretion on how that money's being spent. Now, if there's funds that come through the general fund and the county commission approves that, or they have input on how that money is being spent, then, you know, they're not saying that they can't be held liable. But if a sheriff has a fund set aside here and they do something wrong or illegal, they don't believe it's right, or, you know, the county commission says, well, what did we do? I mean, he didn't come to us and say, can I do this? And we give him an approval, just went out and did it on his own.
But what if they have knowledge that he's doing it and don't say anything about it? Can I then say you had knowledge of knowing that he was putting that on, and if you wanted that stopped, you should have said that, or you should let us know before you do it and what you're going to spend your money on? What about knowledge of?
I would say that they would, if they don't have the ability to tell him yes or no, I mean, if they have knowledge and say, hey, we don't think you should do it, and he says, well, I don't care what you think, I'm going to do it anyway.
But at the end of the day, he's elected like they are.
Right.
Now, while they may be the quote-unquote legislative branch of the county, okay, and they also appropriate money to that particular budget. And now, sheriff's budget has always been a mixed budget because the county commission does not 100% fund the sheriff.
Right.
And while they give a lot of money, but the sheriff get grants in, they get a lot of other money, just like cop grants, you know, that goes into their budget that the county commission has nothing to do with. They get, you know, like you said, they may be doing these other outside things such as raffles and things of that nature to try to raise money to replenish. They might even get a DEA grant for drug enforcement or some of that nature. The money may go to there. So they don't always have full control over their monies anyway.
Right.
And so what they want is immunity from a suit if they did something outside of the scope of what the intent of that money was for.
Correct. And so the SB 63 is specific that it only deals with discretionary funds.
Just discretionary funds.
That's right. And that's money that the sheriff or a probate judge, they can go set up a checking account. And they have this fundraiser. Well, that money never goes, you know, to the commission. It just goes directly into that account, and they can do what they want to with it. So our bill is not comprehensive in saying any elected official and then the county commission is immune from, you know, a budget or any kind of appropriation of money and how they spend it. It deals specifically with an elected official and discretionary accounts.
Well, wouldn't ethics kick in on that also? Because if they're doing something outside the scope, because, you know, they couldn't take the money and spend it personally.
Right, and so I spoke with public examiners. They still audit those accounts.
So so therefore, public account, they still are auditable. So it's not just a loosey-goosey sitting over here that I just raise a bunch of money and sit it over here and just get to spend it on any and everything that I want to.
Yes, sir. And
they are still audited. Okay.
Yes, sir. And
gotcha.
so what would happen is if they did something with that money that they shouldn't have done, then that elected official is personally liable for that. They would have to pay restitution to get it back.
Okay.
But what the county commission asks is, okay, well, you know, they're raising money and doing things that we have no authority, even as a legislative body, to dictate to them that they can or can't do it. You know, they have the ability to do this on their own. And so what we're asking is if they do this, that's fine. They can still be sued and would have to be defended, and the person who brings that can still be made whole. But we're just asking, don't tie the county commission into it and make us liable for something, or
I see
at
where
least
you're
just
going
bring
now.
us in, and then we have to get ourselves out of it. We had no involvement in it.
I'm okay with it since it has a real narrow scope.
Yes, sir.
Just only on that money, because again, as I was saying earlier, there's a lot of other money that comes into their budget outside
Right.
of what the county commission gives them. I don't want that to be a scope of those dollars, you know what I'm saying? Because at the end of the day, like if money come in from COP grants and they're still doing a county service with those, so the county commission should not be removed from that kind of a liability when they're doing their county service with that money.
And that's why the title of this bill is just called the sole discretion. I don't think it shows up
I
up
got
here,
you.
but sole discretion meaning that they have the sole discretion over those funds, meaning that it's a discretionary account that they've raised money. And again, it really goes back to, those officials whose budgets have been cut through something that's happened at the state level, or they found a need that, they can't get funded through the general fund budget. And so they're trying to, they're doing what they can to serve their constituents and try to give them the most service that they can, knowing that there's not tax revenue out there that's coming in, because a lot of that, is specific to what it can be used for. And, we look at our sheriffs a lot just because they're the ones that have been most recently impacted by that. And what this executive amendment does, and we talked to Trial and others just to make sure they were good with it and they were in agreement with it. So most of these came through local laws. So like if somebody in Greene County, if the sheriff wanted to do this, they would bring a local law and say, hey, we would like to, begin to start doing these things to raise money or have our own account for these purposes, public safety expenditures. They would bring that through the legislative process here, and we would approve that. Well, over the last couple of years, as some of these other counties have seen, the success that some of the other counties have had, they're like, hey, we need that same funding as well. And so you're starting to see basically 67 different, local amendments or local laws come. So what I believe it will happen, and I think Senator Beasley introduced a bill that would say, okay, we're just going to do a state general law that allows them to do it without having to do all the, because they have to wait on us. To come here in the spring, well, maybe the need's in the fall, well, then they basically almost have to wait, 8 or 9 months before we can approve it, and then they can go through with their fundraiser. So what this is allowing them, his bill will allow them to, if they want to do that, then we're approving that for them to be capable. But our bill initially said local law. And so in order to make sure we were clear, we just said, okay, if that, county has a discretionary account set up through fundraising, and it's through this general law that, may pass here, then that would be encompassed in this as well. Still sole discretion, but they wouldn't have to go through the local law process. This bill was specific to local law, and being that if we approve this and then most of our counties go through just under the general law, then this bill wouldn't apply to them. And our goal was to make sure that we understood that, hey, these discretionary accounts are separate. We have no discretion over them. And so we would like to make sure that we're just clear that the county commission had no oversight there. And so that's what the executive amendment does, is it just says local law and general law. And,
Okay.
and again, it only applies to the discretionary. It has nothing to do with
As long as it has a
general
narrow
law.
scope to it, I'm fine with that.
It does, yes, sir.
All right, no problems.
Okay, motion to concur.
All right,
Use the
anybody else
long
want to talk? All right, Secretary, call the long roll.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Allen. Mr. Barfoot. Mr. Beasley. Mr. Bell. Mr. Butler. Mr. Carnley. Mr. Chambliss. Mr. Chasteen. Ms. Coleman. Ms. Coleman Madison. Mr. Elliott. Ms. Figures. Mr. Gavan. Mr. Gudger. Mr. Hatcher. Mr. Hovey. Mr. Jones. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kitchens. Mr. Livingston, Mr. Melson, Mr. Orr, Mr. Price, Mr. Reed, Mr. Roberts, Mr. Sessions, Mr. Shelnut, Mr. Singleton, Mr. Smitherman, Mr. Stewart, Mr. Stutz, Mr. Wagner, Ms. Weaver, Mr. Williams,
All right, 27 ayes, 0 nays. The Senate concurs on the executive amendment. All right, Secretary, call the next House message.
Message from the House. Mr. President, the House of Representatives has originated and passed the following House bill and ordered same sent forthwith to the Senate without engrossment. House Bill number 96 by Representative Lamb with notice and proof relating to the city of Lakeview in Tuscaloosa County is referred to the Committee on Local Legislation. Signed, John Treadwell, Clerk.
How many more messages?
Message from the House. Mr. President, the House of Representatives has originated and passed the following engrossed House bill and ordered same sent forthwith to the Senate. House Bill number 237 by Representative Collins and Faulkner relating to in vitro fertilization is referred to the Committee on Health Care. Signed, John Treadwell, Clerk.
All right, that concludes House messages. Next, no committee reports. Any motions or resolutions?
Mr. President,
Senator
I
Wagner.
have some resolutions from Rules Committee.
All right, Secretary, read and receive the resolutions from Rules.
We're backed up on resolutions. Oh,
They're death.
they're all motherhood. To me, they are. Abolishes.
From the Committee on Rules, House Joint Resolution number 23, commending Coach Saban. Also, House Joint Resolution number 6, commending Hollis Isbell, 2024 Auburn University College of Agriculture Hall of Honor inductee. Also, House Joint Resolution number 7, commending McGill-Tulin Catholic High School volleyball team. Also, House Joint Resolution number 13, recognizing Colorectal Cancer Awareness Month. Also, House Joint Resolution number 14, commending Kate Wood. Also, House Joint Resolution number 17, commending Will Reichard. Also, House Joint Resolution number 26, commending Eastern Fothergill. Also, House Joint Resolution number 27, recognizing agriculture equipment manufacturers for right to repair initiatives. Also, House Joint Resolution number 33, commending Finest St. John IV. Also, House Joint Resolution number 34, mourning the death of Raymond Greg Hodges. Also, House Joint Resolution number 35, commending Glenwood Lady Gators basketball team. Also, House Joint Resolution number 36, honoring Jimmy Jones, Hall of Fame.
Mr. President,
Senator Wagner.
move adoption of these resolutions from Rules using the short roll.
All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Resolution's adopted. All right, Senator Wagner, you have one more resolution we need to do separate.
From the Committee on Rules, House Joint Resolution Number 15, extending the Joint Interim Study Commission on Grandparents Raising Grandchildren, receives a favorable report.
Mr. President,
Senator Wagner.
move adoption of this resolution using the short roll.
All right.
Mr.
All those in-
President,
Okay.
I want to speak to that.
Okay. You recognized?
Resolution doing what again now? I just want to hit it. Joint interim study of grandparents raising grandchildren. We need that for grandchildren, right? Okay. A joint interim study on grandparents raising their grandchildren. It is interesting. Parents, okay, move for adoption.
All right, all those in favor say aye. Any opposed? Resolution's adopted. All right, any other motions or resolutions?
I guess it don't make a difference.
Deep thoughts with Senator Singleton. All right, next, Secretary, call the, next bill on the calendar.
On page 26 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 159 by Senator Melson relating to in vitro fertilization. BIR pending.
All right, Senator Melson.
Mr. President, I'd like to move the BR.
Mr. President,
Yeah, Senator Singleton.
I'd like to speak to the BR.
All right, you're recognized.
Senator Melson, will you just kind of give me an explanation of this bill? I just don't want you moving to a BIR. This is too important of a bill for you to just come up here and move, and we move forward with it. We're going to take our time with this one because we have some amendments, and you and I have talked about them, and I know where your position is going to be, but we at least want to try to offer because we think we can help make this bill a better bill to protect these mothers and these embryos to where they are. If you would just give us an explanation of where you are and how you get here.
Sure. Let me just say that the bill, the provisions only relate to in vitro fertilization. They provide civil and criminal immunity to a point, and the immunity does not provide for damages or death of an embryo. So we're not going to give those coverage on the immunity.
If someone damaged the embryo intentionally.
Only in normal standard way of handling them. If we have, they're still going to be susceptible to I'll just call it malpractice if something happens. It doesn't give them coverage for that. But the embryos, it doesn't it only gives immunity for those embryos, but it doesn't provide to a patient immunity for a patient that's damaged. So let's get that straight. It's the embryos that we're worried about here. We're worried about all of them. But the embryos is what we're giving the immunity for, and that's the major concern. And we can get more into it in just a minute, but that's the main thing. If the patient still has something that happens that was, let's say, instruments were damaged or not completely sterilized, they went through a procedure and they got septic or some other injury, then they would still have recourse. And that's the main thing I initially had not had in a bill, but we're trying to protect the patients to the point that they still have any patient's rights. So we're keeping that intact. It covers acts that occur when an individual or entity is providing or receiving goods I had originally or service related to IVF, but I'm taking goods out.
In your amendment?
That's correct. And the reason we're doing that, there was a lot of controversy this morning in the paper and the news about a company that had a medium that they put the embryos in, and it wasn't that they had any gross negligence in my mind. It was just that they had too much magnesium, so they lost, as that's my understanding, they lost the embryos, and they have settled those. And
Was that in Alabama? Was that in Alabama?
It was in the paper listed as Alabama, but I checked with the company, and there was none sent to Alabama.
So in Alabama, that means those would have been life then, wouldn't it? Under the Supreme Court ruling.
Well, I hear you, but what I'm saying is that
I hear you, but I'm just saying.
Well, just for clarification, I just want to
got
make sure
you.
people know that there's nobody at risk in Alabama from using that particular medium. And that's what I'm just saying about that medium right now. Okay, we can discuss that further.
Okay.
So also, we're saying receiving services, that they got immunity, and that service could be a clinician, a caregiver, and the patient from liability. It works both ways. I had originally I had some language that it expires. I took that out. There's no expiration on this date of this bill expiring. We had put a timeline in the original bill, but the
So you took the sunset out.
That's correct.
Okay.
And the reason we did that is because the sunset has a date in 2025, but this procedure can take months, if not years, and we didn't want somebody to start that and we not have a solution, and we repealed this bill, and we're right back where we started. And it would take effect upon immediately of signature of the governor. And some people have worried about this retroactivity, and that's it's not for anybody that's.
So let me ask this question. So did you take the sunset out because you felt like it would force you to have to come back and deal with this at the legislature in 2025? And y'all feel like you can get by with what you got for a longer period of time without having to do that?
No.
But you did it for a purpose of what you said?
Well, for the purpose I stated, I don't want people to get concerns that they're going to get in the middle of the procedure or the process and have to stop again.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
We'll deal with that in a minute.
Okay. And that's pretty much it.
Okay. Well, so you want to give the doctors immunity as they handle this process procedurally?
To a point, yes.
To a point.
Yeah.
And that's both criminally and civilly?
Yes, except for certain acts that might be performed or engaged in that would not be what they would consider normal care.
Okay.
But we also give it to the patient.
That's what I want. I want to talk about patient's protection in here.
Sure.
I want to talk about how are we really protecting the mother. Let's say the mother says that, what about the mother who wants to dispose of the rest of the eggs? That's life now. Is there anything in this bill that protects them from being charged with murder or abuse?
That's not an issue as far as that.
It is an issue because that's life.
I'm talking about with this bill. That wouldn't be.
I'm asking you, but it is an issue with this process though, because those eggs has to be disposed of.
What I'm saying is there would not be liable.
So you're not dealing with that. Are you willing to accept an amendment that we're willing to try to protect those mothers for their choice of saying that so they won't be criminalized? Because that's what some of these mothers came to me saying yesterday, that they felt like they could be criminalized by if they made the choice to say to the doctor, I want these to be disposed of, the other eggs that may be left.
No, they would not be liable, is my understanding.
Under your bill.
That's correct.
What makes them not?
I'm sorry.
What makes them not liable?
If you go back and look, it says that no action or criminal prosecution for the damage to death or an embryo shall be brought or maintained against any individual entity providing services and such. So that includes.
That's for someone who's providing the service. The mother's not providing the service.
Well, she is.
I'm talking about a choice that she's making.
She's the donor, so she is providing part of the service.
Well, but she still got to make a choice in order to whether or not to what they're going to do with that, the egg. So is that a service?
The disposing would be.
So to dispose of it, so she make the choice to say to UAB or any other facility, wherever they are, right?
Yes.
This is here, okay. I've accepted the egg in me, it's been attached to my uterus. I got XYZ left, right?
Correct.
And so the question is now from the doctor, what do you want us to do with these, right? Okay?
This does not change current law as far as that, as far as them being able to.
But current law, it wasn't life.
That's correct.
It wasn't life. We're talking about something different. See, I don't think you're taking consideration that we're talking about a life now. Right. We're not just talking about a parasite or something that you might have thought it was, or whatever it may be, or just an embryo that wasn't life. But now the Supreme Court has ruled that it is life. And that's another critical issue in terms of a mother making a choice to get rid of it. Is that abortion? Is that some way to saying that I'm murdering those other ones? Because it's life. How do we solve that problem for that parent to give them a sense of freedom that they're not doing something criminal with that child? Now, I have an amendment that will allow the doctor and the mother to be able to agree with that disposal and put them under your immunity, which clears it up. That if there's an agreement between the two, okay, then they can be able to dispose it, and then the doctor and the mother both will be not held liable for that. Because we're talking about a life. We're not just talking about embryo anymore. Current law don't matter anymore. Yeah. Current law is the new law that the Supreme Court ruled on.
Right. Well, this is really covering, if you look at it, there's...
I see what you're covering. I'm taking you a little bit further. I'm talking about one of those other unintended consequences that you may have not thought about.
Oh, I've thought about it.
Okay, so if you thought about it, how do we get there? How do you give that mother protection that I'm talking about?
That's probably a good bill for you to bring or get the thought process going. I don't see it being applicable in this situation.
It is, because this is a part of the whole process.
This is more of a service bill.
It's still a part of that process.
All right, the time's expired on the BR.
We'll talk about it some more.
Long roll or short?
Long roll.
All right, Secretary, call the long roll.
I want them to vote.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Allen. Mr. Barfoot. Mr. Beasley. Mr. Bell. Mr. Butler. Mr. Carnley. Mr. Chambliss. Mr. Chasteen. Ms. Coleman. Ms. Coleman Madison. Mr. Elliott. Ms. Figures. Mr. Gavan. Mr. Gudger. Mr. Hatcher. Mr. Hovey. Mr. Jones. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kitchens. Mr. Livingston. Mr. Melson. Mr. Orr. Mr. Price. Mr. Reed. Mr. Roberts. Mr. Sessions. Mr. Shelnut. Mr. Singleton. Mr. Smitherman. Mr. Stewart. Mr. Stutz. Mr. Wagner. Ms. Weaver. Mr. Williams.
All right, 28 ayes, 3 nays. The BR is adopted. Secretary, call the bill.
On page 26 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 159 by Senator Melson relating to in vitro fertilization. Committee substitute pending.
Senator Melson.
Senator, I'd like to adopt the substitute using previous row.
All right, any objection?
Mr. President.
Adopting a sub.
Before you adopt the sub, I'm going to talk on the sub.
Sure.
All right, you're recognized.
Hold on 1 second. I'm going to let you explain your sub.
Okay.
Now go and explain your sub to us, what you're trying to do, and then I want to finish my speak on it. Because I want to get back to that conversation we was on.
Okay. So they are immune, both the patient, or it says in this case, the provider or the receiver of the service.
Now stop right there.
Okay.
to provide to other patients who are receiving the service. Now, you've taken the embryo, you've implanted into the mother. She receives the service, right? She got it. She's immune. I'm talking about those eggs that a woman have left over, which is life. What do we do with those? How is that mother protected from when the doctor asks her, what do you want us to do? They can't donate them anymore because it's life. You need to adopt them or something. They're babies now. It ain't just no parasite you just get to throw away and flush down the stool anymore. It's life. I don't understand how this bill, does that become a service? Because the service is when you just explained to me when they put it into the uterus. That's a part of the service. I understand that. I understand that between the doctor and there. What happens with those eggs that are left when they have to be disposed of? What happened to those children that are left in that cold incubator freezing, that are now babies? That child abuse, what happened to those? That's the question. You need to go ask UAB that, since you say they were the caller, and trial lawyers out there, since they know everything. Go ask them what happened to those babies. Since UAB and trial lawyers is running this show, since that's what I was told. Ask them what happened to those babies that are left. How do we dispose of them? How do we give those mothers the immunity to make that choice, which is abortion? Which is abortion. How we protect that mother? That's what I want to know. Because what you're giving me the right answer for the service, I accept that.
Yeah. Well, this is the temporary fix, and you make a great point, and it's a great question, and they do certain things with them as far as I know, put them up for adoption, keep them in suspension in a freezer for wherever.
But they're babies now, according to the Supreme Court.
I understand that. And my understanding is they're not doing anything currently with them to terminate them. But I will follow that up with clinics to find out.
But we're trying to fix a problem now. I have an amendment that will allow these mothers to be immune, but you're gonna probably say you want to table it. And I'm asking you to go to your source and ask them would they be willing to deal with that according to that, because I don't think y'all thought it out that far.
Well, and I would agree with that, but this gets the ladies now currently in a situation that are in limbo back in the clinic. But I promise you, I will find the answer.
I want this fixed today.
We can't fix it today.
We can. You ain't gonna accept my amendment on your bill. It'll fix it.
It won't fix it. It'll just fix the way you like to fix it. We got to get all the players
involved. It'll fix it. Well, then we need to go back constitutionally and fix it. Then you're trying to fix it the way you want to fix it, and you ain't going through the Constitutional Amendment when you'd have made doctors criminal if they help a poor woman who's been raped and incest. You made him 10 to 99 years, but you want to give a doctor who want to take a mother who want to have a child and give him immunity. The way you want to fix it. And now you're going to tell me about the way I want to fix it?
I have no idea what your amendment says, but I'll listen to it now if you want to offer it. But I will think that
I'm asking you about that baby that's left in that incubator after the mother have chosen. When you insert the one that she chooses that attaches to her uterus and the ones that are left, what happened to those babies and how are they disposed of and who's going to be liable for it? Answer that question for me.
Well, I'll answer the question I got from the doctors that perform this procedure. They do it to obtain these embryos for successful...
They're not embryos anymore. They're babies.
I didn't interrupt you. Let me finish. So what they want to do is have these embryos and be successful in planting them. They frequently eliminate the ones that aren't optimal to put in.
That's abortion now.
Murder. Well, they will do them because of various reasons that they don't believe they're going to be successful, and they're using their medical opinion. Their medical opinion is what helps.
Come on, I'm listening.
Yeah, helps get them in this world. It's a very few, small percentage. I get it. Even one matters, so we won't go there. But they are very, it's a very tedious process to obtain them to begin with. And for various reasons, numerous ones of them are not going to ever make it, which I understand. We're getting into deep subject as far as when life began and when it doesn't and when's abortion. And
No, the Supreme, we don't have to deal with it anymore. Supreme Court have already ruled when it begins. Okay? We don't have to, we ain't no discussion no more.
Well, we're going to have this discussion for years to come if we don't get it right. And I understand what you're saying. I think we need to get it right, but until we can sit down and have deeper thoughts and concerns, and all players at the field, the mothers, the providers, the goods and services, the storage people, and find out what's going on as far as long-term fixes we need to implement. This gets the Bladies back in the clinic currently. And I understand if you want to offer your amendment,
These are just not goods and services no more. These are life.
I'm talking about all of them need to be, if you want to have good regulation to make sure these lives are done properly, all the players need to be involved, just like any other bill we do here.
Well, okay, well, I'm asking you, you came to my office this morning and told me that the players that was involved that got you to where you are. All I'm asking you to go and ask those players that you told me that made these decisions, ask them about the question I just asked and see what can we get. Because at the end of the day, there was mothers who came down here yesterday and said to me, I have a fear of being criminalized based on those eggs that are left that I don't use.
Yeah.
Okay? And we're not answering that question here today.
I understand what you're saying.
And what's going to happen to those eggs, and what you on the Republican side of the aisle have defined what life is at conception, and the Supreme Court has further said not only is it life at conception, but these are living human beings.
And I understand what you're saying. I mean,
and hold up, this is my mic though, okay?
Well, it's actually mine, but
no, I didn't, because I actually speak to the motion. Thank you. I gave you an opportunity.
Good point.
I got these rules down, okay?
I don't.
It's my mic, okay? So I want to know the answer to that, because these are babies. These are living human beings now that are there that y'all are so concerned about. Because guess what? That mother, I heard you talk about the doctor using his expert opinion about something. But what about that mother that was in Texas that was either she had the baby or she died, or if she didn't get rid of the baby, she was going to die. It was about the Texas abortion law. That doctor made a medical decision to let the woman go and abort, or she was going to lose her life. They made her have the baby. The doctor didn't matter at that point. But the same doctor here, in this situation in Alabama, would have been given 10 to 99 years for helping that mother make that choice. And when now we want to get that same doctor immunity because we're talking about some mothers with eggs in the freezer. And I'm trying to help them. And that same mother that you're trying to help, I want to help them too. Because they're asking the question, what happens to those eggs that are left? What happens to me if I make a decision now that they are human beings, I'm gonna stop calling them eggs, that they are babies, that they are life? Am I committing abortion? Am I saying to them, get rid of my children or my child? Am I gonna be held criminally liable for that? Now I know that the Attorney General has said that he's not gonna hold anybody criminally liable. But this Attorney General went to the prison and got a man out for killing a black man, for only serving a couple of years, and same Attorney General said, you done served enough time. You don't need to serve no more time for killing this man. See, y'all get hypocritical about this stuff that you want to be for you. But you're going to tell me that this is the definition I want to have. I'm talking about what it is, life. That's the same Attorney General that ain't gonna prosecute nobody. We sit here and we file a bill that we won't even let people out of jail and have a bail if they kill somebody or out early. But when the Attorney General went and got the man out of prison on his own, nobody in this audience said a word. because he killed a black man. White cop kills a black man, he can just go get him out of jail when he get ready. Not a court order, not a judge, but he did it on his own. Now I'm gonna get back to these embryos, these babies, this life. And I'm not gonna stand up here and talk all the time, because I know Lieutenant Governor say he got somewhere to go and all that good stuff. He gonna chew baseball over these babies, because he won't go do what he wanna do.
You know, when you brought up a point there, and the oldest embryo that's been implanted successfully, they were 30 years old in a freezer.
30 years old in prison.
And they were, then two of them were inserted and both of them made it, and the lady had twins. I don't know how many candles were at that first birthday cake, but I can, you know, here they are being frozen for 30 years and used successfully.
Now that means that would be a baby frozen for 30 years.
I think they took him to get a driver's license as soon as he was born. I don't know, man. These are questions we need to answer. We don't think about till something in Mobile happens. I can't tell you when life begins and when it's acceptable and when a soul enters a embryo. I get what you're getting at. I don't have these answers, but I am trying to get these fertility clinics open. And I'll be glad to work with you.
It's just the clinics. I'm worried about the mother.
Well, it includes the mother. I think of them as all of them. The doctor.
No, I don't think you do. But you don't want to hear what I'm saying.
I do. Yeah.
But you don't want to hear what I'm saying. You want to do it your way, you and UAB and the trial lawyer's way.
That's not true.
Well, that's what you told me.
No, I told you that they were the ones I talked to that had things, and
you told me I need to go see them, and if they didn't vet it, then you weren't going to accept it. If they didn't vet it, like we are not the ones in here who don't make the laws.
Well, I can tell you that I've already changed it by this amendment. So I didn't go by them. I just took their concerns in.
But you want my side to get vetted by them. But you accept somebody's amendment on your side.
What did I say about your
without
amendment?
going through theirs.
Look, I brought you this amendment earlier. You didn't show me yours. I get it. I'll be glad to have a discussion with you.
But you already told me what was going to happen to mine. I didn't, you had already discussed what was going to happen.
Well, some of them, yeah, that I'd already looked
at. But you had already told me that. And the senator here has that amendment, and you already said that one wasn't going to go. So why don't even showing it to you? Yeah. Okay? But I'm going to, look here. I'll beat this horse enough. I still want to know. And I'm going to let other members on my side want to talk.
Sure.
And I'm going to yield my hour to the gentle lady from Jefferson. Thank you.
Senator Coleman, you're recognized.
Madam Chairman, thank you. Senator Nelson?
Yes, ma'am.
It's a good day, isn't it?
Every day's a good day for me, ma'am.
It's a good day when the chickens come home to roost. You know, yesterday we went through this. And as Senator Singleton said, we had all the women up. But you know, it's a sleeping giant that's been out there. Basically, they've been minding their own business, raising their children, having babies, trying to raise a family, not really paying attention to all the things that folks on my side of the aisle, the Democrats, been saying you need to stay woke. I don't know, you know, we got this concept that's going around of these woke politics. Or I'm like, what are they talking about? Can you explain woke to me?
Woke?
Yeah. What do y'all mean when y'all say woke? It seems like it's something derogatory, but what do you mean when y'all refer to woke?
It means I got out of bed and up and active to me, ma'am.
Yeah, but I mean, yeah, you know, okay, you see it like we do. That's my definition of woke. As a classroom teacher, you saw a kid, or any teacher, you saw a kid nodding in your class and you tell the classmate to wake him up because you can't sleep in my class. You got to stay woke if you want to learn, if you want to gain knowledge. And we understand that knowledge is power. So staying woke is important unless something is going to pass you by. And I think we saw the wokeness of a population of people who really are the majority. The women are the majority who came out.
Majority.
And we talked about this bill. We talked about the ramifications of it. I understand that you all are trying to fix something, but you know, it's a Humpty Dumpty thing to me. Y'all know the little nursery rhyme that Humpty Dumpty sat on the wall. Humpty Dumpty had a great fall. All the king's horses and all the king's men could not put Humpty Dumpty back together again. You all have broken this egg. And it started with, as Senator Singleton said, when you're trying to get ahead of Roe v. Wade, we want to be the first. We want to brag, Alabama. I think we kind of got ahead of ourselves. As I said, this web that we wove, and now that we are caught up in it. Because in order to fix it, you have to kind of go back and fix that. Well, we can't change what the Supreme Court did at this level. But to my understanding, based on this bill and what we have here, and the reason that I objected to both of them simply because it does not fix the problem. As you have already acknowledged, we can't fix it here today. If we are not fixing the problem that we created, tell me what we're doing.
The attempt for this bill is to get ladies the access that they've been having all along for in vitro fertilization. And there's still going to be answers we got to go back or questions we have to go back and address. I understand that. And hey, before we go further, thank you for bringing your amendment by tomorrow. I appreciate it. Or yesterday, I'm sorry. I'm just trying to get ladies back on the track safely to being able to get their family that they want to have and their children that they're unable to conceive the way we all think of having a baby. That's my goal with this bill. I'm not trying to take anybody's rights away or anything like that. I'm trying to just help these ladies and sympathetic toward their cause and the family's cause and just trying to get them back in the clinic.
And I understand your plight and what you're trying to do. We want to, we got a major surgery here. And we want to rush them into the MASH unit and put a Band-Aid on it and kiss the boo-boo and say it'll be all right. It's going to be all right. Go on and do what you're continuing to do. But we got to learn to connect the dots. Do you know why we are here? What brought us to this stage right now? What action caused us to be here?
I'm sure multiple things did, but I would love to hear your aspect of what got us here.
What do you think? Since you brought the bill to address an issue, why do you think we are here today?
There's multiple reasons.
So what do you think was the trigger, the straw that broke the camel's back, so to speak?
I'd rather not give you my opinion. I'd rather give you the fact.
Okay, just whichever one, your opinion or your facts.
My opinion is that
we have our opinion, but facts are facts.
My opinion is that a clinic failed in securing their embryos in a place that would not have access, or the access measures were not working, and they were, I don't know the circumstance of that case, so I hate to
No, I got it right here.
Well, you got somebody's opinion of what happened. I have no idea what happened.
Okay, well, you want me to just enlighten, give people it?
You want me to answer honestly?
Sure.
I don't think it's relevant, but I'll be glad for you to if you got the mic, so if you want to tell it, you feel free.
And I was just made aware of this, and again, it says it started with a Virginia couple that lost their embryos, and of course, it was an accident, certainly was an accident. But, well, that was another case, actually 2 cases here, but this was in Norfolk, Virginia. These couples had been undergoing in vitro fertilization at a fertility clinic, and they also had, a loss of their embryos. And basically, it says that it was a manufacturer's kind of thing. They recall whatever it was that they were putting into solutions or storing the embryos in. That was a recall back in December. And then they found out that they didn't lose not just one, but they lost everything.
But
the alarming thing is this is a growing trend, and they named the company. I won't really name the company. that makes this solution that they put in the embryos. And it was something about it, they did not have enough magnesium or something that for growth. That's probably part of the problem, but it really became more of a problem because this embryo could not develop, and the family sued. They sued based on a definition that the embryos were now classified as a child. And that is what brought us to where we are right now. But it says that this ruling, in particular the one in Alabama, could alter everyday opportunities of in vitro fertilization clinics and how people perceive this whole process. So once you call a frozen embryo a person, it has a lot of potential implications. And that's where we are right now. That's what got us here.
And I understand what you're saying, but I honestly believe what happened in Mobile is one.
But I want the people to understand, because again, even all the letters that I receive, and I tell people all the time, I said, all of these things are connected. I understand that somebody is sitting back cranking out a strategy, kind of like storming the State House. Cranking out a strategy of how we get little by little, and you do this and all of these things, when it all comes together, it's all going to be connected. And that's what this is. So this suit over the IVF solution also touches on the responsibility of these clinics as far as doing wrongful things in their whole industry. And that's part of your bill, because the part of it is that these people are being made immune. One bill gives blanket immunity to them. The attorney for this case, who was suing this company, said that he believes that this was a patchwork of regulations that clarity led, the lack of clarity led to the outcomes of the situation in Alabama. The lack of clarity. I will give my side and my colleagues as the Democrats credit, because we understand that we don't drive the train. Y'all driving the train. You won't even let us ring the bell. All we tried to do is bring about some common sense, to bring about some clarity, so that everybody can understand what the law is. Law should not be so complicated that an ordinary person cannot sit down. I may not understand all the terms. I'm not a lawyer. But I should be able, being a reasonably educated person, I should be able to understand what the law says. And we pass laws that are vague. That's where we are right now. We passed a law that was vague. We passed it, and we know that if you are going to contest something, you're going to take it to court, and it's going to go on up. This one has reached the highest levels. This has reached the whole world. The whole world is looking at us, and you know what? They're not just looking at you. They're not looking at Republicans. They are not looking at Democrats. They are looking at the Alabama legislature. That's all of us. When we are elected, and that's what I keep trying to get you guys and one lady to understand, we are one Alabama. Now, we can separate ourselves if you want to, the Republicans and Democrats, or however you want to, but we represent one Alabama. The world looks at us as the state of Alabama and the Alabama legislature. They don't discriminate. They don't talk about, oh, that was Senator Coleman, or that was Senator Hatcher, or whatever, or Senator Melson. All of us got this mark, this negative mark on us. So don't take it personally, because all of us share the blame. And all I'm asking is that we try to work together. Don't get so dug into party politics herd mentality that you lose your common sense. My grandmother did not have a third grade education, but she was the smartest woman that I know. She said, common sense ain't common. And it sure isn't common down here. Because if we had simply taken a step back, not been so anxious to run over somebody, to get something passed, that it was going to pass. Most of the time, and Senator Allen and I don't agree on a lot of stuff, because he comes out of a different bag. But he will tell you that if I bring an amendment to his bill, he has learned that I'm not trying to hurt you. I'm really trying to make your bill better. He's down there with my kinfolks, and they must be on the different sides of the track because they don't have the same mentality as Senator Allen, but he thinks he represents them. But the point is that all we are trying to do is to make things better, to bring about clarity. And what brought us where we are today is the law that we passed that was not clear. It was not specific. It did not give the Supreme Court or any court room to deviate or interpret. It was very specific. We said that, and I don't know why we even did that. You declared that an embryo is a child. If I brought a child in here, a living, breathing, walking, active person, and I look at that person and I look at the test tube child, that's not what I call a child. We are not at the end of this rope. But when the Supreme Court made that decision, I don't blame them. We have a lot of lawyers in here. But I don't blame the Supreme Court for the ruling that they made because that was the only choice that we gave them. We didn't clarify. We didn't specify. We said, that's it. I don't know how we thought in our itty-bitty minds that this would not come back, that something like this was not going to happen, because accidents happen in every industry. Yes, with all the learned people that we have here, we did not think, based on the definition that you gave them to work with, that if somebody dropped that child, a whole tray of children, first thing I thought about, I said, that's murder. It might have been a homicide, but I mean, you just killed a child. And these parents who brought suit brought it based on the basis of the definition that we gave the court, and the court ruled on the only definition that they had. So here we are today. It says that the recall of this particular company that they're dealing with, and the reason why I keep going back to this, because you still have it in there, about this immunity. And again, the trial lawyer is a good friend of ours, and I'm like, I don't know what happened. I can understand where the doctors are and the clinics, they want to move on in practice. I want them to practice. Believe me, this is closer to me than most of you all think. I want them to get back to practicing. And they just want to say, let us go ahead and practice. We don't want to be sued. But we are forgetting about the victims. We are forgetting about the parents. And so the recall of this IVF solution affected 3 lots that were distributed to clinics in more than 30 states in over 20 counties, according to the FDA. The suit says that this solution was missing a key element for embryonic growth, which was magnesium. But no one that is going through this expected for this solution, as they say, that it would be foolproof. You didn't expect that anything like this would happen, but it did. Fertility experts say that the solution or culture medium that plays a pivotal role in IVF process after the eggs are extracted The sperm is mixed with the eggs in the laboratory to create embryos. The embryos are then submerged in this solution, which contains key nutrients that mimic the fluid of the woman's reproductive organs or bodies, and after 5 days to ensure that they are developing properly before they are implanted into the uterus. This family never got that far. And while we are forgiving and writing off and giving immunity to these folks, this should never have happened. And that's what I was trying to say. We said, well, you know, I talked to somebody in the industry yesterday and they said, you know, we have these standard of practice. They have standard of practice. But according to this attorney, is that they don't have standardized standard of practice. It's these regulations are across the board, as he said. Fertility clinics uphold what they wish to, if they wish to be accredited, though, but there isn't an across-the-board regulation in the industry. That is another problem that we haven't thought about.
And they are one of the most highly regulated industries.
Say that again?
They are one of the most highly regulated and have the highest standards of any entity out there as far as medical care.
Well, again, the problem that I have with this is that I do not think that we are still protecting the women. Getting back to your bill, and I did give you...
You're on the original bill. We hadn't adopted the substitute, or do you have the sub?
Are we still on the sub?
You're on the sub.
We're on the sub.
I'm talking about that's what you're going by.
No, I'm talking about have we adopted your sub?
No.
Okay. Well, I have an amendment for your sub, but I guess we need to adopt the sub first.
That's right. We need to adopt the sub first.
I would like to talk for a second. If you
Okay. But again, and let me just go ahead and say this simply because we didn't get the sub until yesterday at the meeting, while the meeting was going on. And again, you have some amendments to the sub that you introduced from yesterday, is that correct?
That's correct.
I don't know. It's hard to keep up.
You'll like the amendment.
My concern is that what brought us to this situation where we are right now, and you say you're trying to fix it. Again, I say we are doing major surgery out in the middle of a battlefield, and it is a battlefield that's going on. There is a battle that is raging out there. We are throwing a little water on it. The fire starts raging, we throw a little water on it, and we get it down, and we think, oh, we look around and say it's out. We walk away, which is what's going to happen today. But you got a little embers that are still burning there. We walk on away, we go home, we adjourn because this session is moving fast. And the next thing you know, we got a huge brush fire that's out there because something happened that we didn't get right. And then we are right back where we are because we did not fix what brought us here, which was the definition, the clarity that we gave to the courts. And so I will commend the House members who did think about this, and you've seen the amendment that I presented. I don't know if you have it there with you. But
I do not.
I do have other copies here. But basically, what they're trying to do is to say that we need to redefine the definition of what an embryo is called and not a child, not consider that as a child as we know a child to be, as for the purpose of state law, for the purpose of legislation, for the purpose of state law. At least that will free us up. It will free the courts up to make logical, rational decisions that will stand up in court. Because if we don't rectify that decision, that law that we made over there, we're going to be back here sooner than you think. Now, I talked about that you're going to have bad actors in every profession. Accidents happen, and you can't prevent accidents from happening. And so, I'm hoping the amendment will fix. How much time on Senator? 37 minutes on Senator. I will come back. Do you want to? But you got 37 minutes. I want to come back and take my next hour. And she wants to talk, but I do want to. I'll come back with my amendment. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to yield the remainder of Senator Singleton's time to Senator Coleman.
All right.
Before I make.
Anyway, we can just recognize her.
Thank you.
Yeah. All right. So, Senator Coleman.
Thank you so much for the recognition. Not sure, I was going to ask if the gentleman will yield, but I'm going to make a few little comments prior to. When I was listening to Senator Coleman Madison, very, very rarely do I disagree with my sister. And I've known her for many years, even prior to becoming a legislator. Matter of fact, when we were both elected in 2002 at the same time, they used to call us the Coleman sisters or the Coleman twins or whatever it was. They would mix us up. And at one point, even Coleman Madison used to have a real short haircut, and I had mine like that for a little while too. So people would just kind of mix us up. And if I'm going to be mixed up with someone, I definitely don't mind if it's Coleman Madison for all that she has done for the state of Alabama and beyond, really, for her years of service. But very, very rarely do I disagree with her. And it's when she was making the statement about what we have done as a legislature, we. And then, and people do try to charge it to all of us. They'll say when the write-up is in the newspaper or when the broadcast media talks about the legislature, they talk specifically about us as a whole. They don't make the distinctions. And so where I disagree with my sister is I make it for myself. And I have appealed to many members of the media through the years to quit saying what the Alabama legislature has done. Say what the supermajority of the Alabama legislature has done. Not all of us. And so on the personhood bill or whatever we want to call it that was passed in 2019, even then, we were hearing about the Alabama legislature passed potentially, the strongest abortion law in the country, right? It was one of those trigger laws. But the Alabama legislature did not do that. The Republican supermajority are the ones that passed that bill. And I remember the day that it passed the House, because that's when I was still serving in the House. It's one of those days, too, where it was a very, very long day. That particular day, I had 2 bills on the calendar also for, or anti-human trafficking bills. And Terry Collins in the House was sponsoring the trigger law. Same day. How in the world that stuff was on the same day? They didn't do downstairs like we do here, where you have a very controversial issue and you have like 1 bill on the calendar that day. It might have been 19 or 20 bills on there that day. And so it was one of those days where on my human trafficking legislation, Representative Collins and I were singing Kumbaya. We had worked together on those bills. We actually, I was the lead sponsor. She was the lead co-sponsor on those pieces of legislation. One of them was actually brought to us, and the truckers brought up. I thought that was amazing that in their national association around human trafficking, because they really are first responders. They're seeing these things happen at the truck stop. So we passed the bill on the training. And so again, we had that human trafficking awareness day together, all of that. And had all of these advocates. I mean, it wasn't just, nonprofit advocates. We had the Department of Homeland Security working with us, the AG's office, all of these folks working on these anti-human trafficking pieces of legislation. So we're singing Kumbaya, we're on the microphone, she's on one side, I'm on the other on the human trafficking, and then later on in the day, then we have to flip it, because then we have a bill that with literally no exceptions, not even a incest or rape exception in the Alabama trigger law. That again, I think when my colleagues on the right at the time, this was before the Dobbs ruling, I don't even know if people thought that it would happen. It just like had this agenda across the country, but I don't think that even some of my colleagues on the right thought that Dobbs was going to happen. And so that particular day, again, why it's so clear, I had one of my colleagues actually had the amendment to have an exception for rape and incest. And what we did was we had a whole bunch of, y'all know when you're in the minority, you have to use all of the tools. So we had an amendment for a rape exception. We had an amendment for an incest exception. We had amendments for exceptions for the health of the mother and all of those. And then we had one amendment too that was an exception for rape and incest. It was a combined one. And so the Democrats had that amendment. It failed on the House floor. And again, a member still serving downstairs now came up to my desk and said to me, I would have supported your amendment if it was just rape alone, but who am I to say or what am I to say about kissing cousins? That's person still serving downstairs. That's the perception of what his perception of incest was. But I couldn't believe actually that happened to me on the floor. He walked over, he didn't even have to say a word to me, but just walked over to my desk and said those words. And that let me know a whole lot about who he is as a person with even that comment. But then I had a second amendment that particular day, because what we're talking about right now is why we are here. How do we get here? How do we get to the point that the Alabama Supreme Court ended up ruling in the manner that it did based on that 2019 law? And so I had an amendment because we knew there would ultimately end up being a court battle. We didn't know Dobbs was going to happen, but we knew there would be a court battle. So my amendment was that all of the folks in the legislative body that ended up voting for a bill that did not have any exceptions for rape and incest, that at the time was in direct conflict with the supreme law of the land, Roe v. Wade, that they would have to end up paying, not the taxpayers of the state of Alabama, but the people in the room would have to use their money to pay for the court battles. And of course, you know that amendment failed too. It failed tremendously. But you know, I think it's sad, and this is my other piece of it, is that when the mess ups happen, when they happen, the unintended consequences happen, those of us on the left are kind of put in a funny situation, because we try to tell you all in advance, we try to get the amendments on in advance, and then it doesn't happen. And then you come back and say, hey, I need your help, I want your support, when we told you what was gonna happen in the first place. And in this original version of the bill, you had one, I guess Senator Stutz had one, we had two downstairs, I believe, that there were some definitions in there that I was afraid of, because I want to be able to help them up. And it's not just mothers, we keep talking about mothers, but it's families. These are families that oftentimes, because poor people don't have money to freeze embryos. That we just don't have it. So we're talking about families that have means in many situations, that have, so we're also talking about fathers too that are impacted. So we're talking about families also. And of course, yes, you have extended families, as you just mentioned, grandparents that are excited about having the opportunity to have a grandchildren, which, you know, I'm not a grandmother yet. I hope to be at some point, not in a hurry to be one yet. But my parents have always said that, of course, being a grandparent is the great joy of their lives. And so I hope to have that opportunity. So again, we're not just talking about mothers, we're talking about full families. But the folks who messed it up, we're just trying to figure out, you kind of messed it up. it's a little interesting that you're sponsoring, and I'm using you because right now in front of me, you're really representing all of the Republicans. And so, you know what I mean when I'm saying you.
Oh, I know.
You know, sponsoring legislation when it was the Republican Party that kind of got us in the place that we're in today. It's a little crazy to me. But in that original version of the bill, I'm like, okay, so if we're going to have a definition of personhood in the bill, in addition to trying to help these families, I was in conflict. I talked about it over here with my colleagues. I was in conflict. So how do I support these families who want to start a family or expand their family, but then also support or not support a provision in the bill that had kind of that personhood language. So I was in conflict about what to do. I was in sorority meeting. So I'm a member of Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated. Matter of fact, on April 29th, it will be 31 years. 31 years, and that's amazing organization. But last Saturday, I was in sorority meeting here in Montgomery, and I got up, said hello, did all of my spiel, and there was a soror in front of me, which is how we refer to ourselves, who turned around, gave me a note, and said, please save IVF. She said, I'm currently pregnant right now because of IVF. And there's another soror in the room also. She said she's pregnant also. And she said, I would not have been able to expand my family had it not been for IVF. So please save it. And so that's, of course, what we want to do. And I'm going to vote to do just that. However, we have to also get on record about why we're here and how we got here in the first place. Unintended consequences, or maybe intended, but unintended consequences. And I think about so many of the pieces of legislation through the years where there's been unintended consequences. You know how on Facebook now they bring up those Facebook memories on your Facebook, so you get a chance to, some stuff you kind of forget that you were involved in, a part of, but that Facebook memory is always there. I actually like that tool. So one of my Facebook memories came up when I was asked to MC an event at 16th Street Baptist Church, the historic 16th Street Baptist Church where the 4 little girls died due to a bombing by the Klan, by the KKK. So I had to MC an event there, and at the event was all of these members of Congress at the event, all of these members. It was the CBC, Congressional Black Conference, and also the Hispanic Caucus was there as well. So I was asked to MC this event because these members of Congress came in from all over the country in opposition to HB 56. You remember that one? HB 56. HB 56, at the time, we got all of this national press then because we were going to have the most stringent. We were going to have this immigration law in the state of Alabama that was going to be the toughest in the country. And, again, the media writes it up. What the legislature did, well, not the legislature, the Republican supermajority. And so then after that was passed, again, and it was amazing when I look back at those pictures to see all of those members of Congress come in, the Black Caucus, Congressional Black Caucus, Hispanic Congressional Caucus to come in as well to, in opposition at historic 16th Street Baptist Church. I don't know why they chose the church, but I can think of why they may have chosen the church when you think about, the symbolism of 16th Street Baptist Church. That bombing occurred because of hate. And I stand here today and say that HB 56 was all about hate also. So the symbolism was, not lost on me when we were at the 16th Street Baptist Church, Reverend Price's church, that also has that memorial across the street for those 4 little girls that passed away in that bombing. And of course, that 5th little girl that was blinded, Sarah Rudolph, as well. And so we were there. But I also remember all of the media that came out too after that. That there were farmers in the state of Alabama. Somebody said to me the other day, "Oh, I saw you on television and you were talking about farmers and the farm industry." I said, "I was. Yeah, I'm a current state senator for all of the people. I actually even I have, even in a more urban area, you still have rural portions of it. Farmland as well. Nelson Farm, love them to death. They have always invited me out to their farm where." And I lean on folks to give me the correct information. But all those farmers were on the news saying that the Americans don't want to work in the fields. So they had crops that were dying as a result of an unintended consequence to this piece of legislation that the Republican supermajority passed. And we've seen that happen so many times over and over again. Help me remember, wasn't it also because of HB 56, was it one of the executives, but it was one of the executives because it didn't just hit the Hispanics because that's what some folks might have been targeting. I can't remember, it was one of the executives, I don't know if it was Honda, or it might have even been Mercedes, that ended up having an issue because of HB 56. And I remember my friend too, Jack Williams, that I served with, he was here the other day, served with him. A friend, we like the same kind of music, our kids were around the same age as we served together. We actually worked on human trafficking legislation together. Matter of fact, there's a piece of human trafficking legislation that is named after he and I. But he had a piece of legislation that said that, it sounded like a third world country to me, that if you didn't have your license or something on you, identification on you, you were pulled over by the police, that they could detain you for 48 hours. You remember that one? It was 48 hours. They didn't end up passing that one. But I said, Jack, okay, so let me just give you a scenario. Because, what we try to do is tell you what's going to happen in advance. So I said, Jack, okay, so my kids were small at the time. And so what I said, so this is what you're telling me. If I'm running out of the house really quick to try to get these kids to school on time, and if I forget my purse at home and I don't have my license with me, that you're going to detain me and put me in jail for 48 hours. So, and I'm a single mother. So that means then my children could end up in custody, DHR custody, because of that. That would be that's not what I'm trying to do. I'm telling you what the possibility is if you pass a piece of legislation that requires people to have ID all the time, and if you get pulled over and you just don't, they're going to automatically detain. That's the possibility. Same kind of things with that abortion bill, the reason we are here right now for IVF. So with that, I'm going to yield my time over to Senator Coleman Madison to continue to talk and hope that we get an amendment on this bill.
All right, Senator Coleman Madison.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senator Melson, we've been trying to go back and forth. So I want to go ahead and offer an amendment. I really think something needs to be done about those people who provide those services. That's part of where this lawsuit came from. That's where accidents happen. And again, I understand the doctors are saying that we didn't create this, we didn't make this product, we're using it, we trust them. Do you need to see this? I got the mic for you. Go ahead. Oh, you want me? Oh, you want to talk to you? So I want to
all right, so we're still on the sub at some point in time,
okay,
whenever y'all are ready.
Okay, we've got to
adopt the substitute.
Sub. I'm sorry. Because I have 3 amendments here. I think the message has already been given over there. I don't know whether it's falling on good soil or whether it's going to take root. It's going to take root with somebody because you're going to go back to your constituents and you're going to have to face them. It's not us. And understand what we are trying to do, as Senator Smitherman always talks about, the airplane and the wings that are out there. It's not about us. I don't know how many people in here plan to have children, other children. Maybe some of you do. but it's about your children and future generations to come after that we are making this decision. And certainly, we don't want to read about us in history, or your grandchild reads about you in history that, yeah, my granddad or grandmama passed that bill, and, and this is where it was happening. So I think we have made the point. This kind of beating the dead horse here, and I don't want to continue to do that.
I'm gonna continue.
I want us to kind of move forward, and I want to go ahead and get my amendments on and let you vote it up or down. But I want to explain them first. So
I'd like to move to adopt a substitution using the long roll.
All right. Secretary, call the long roll.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Allen. Mr. Barfoot. Mr. Beasley. Mr. Bell. Mr. Butler. Mr. Carnley. Mr. Chambliss. Mr. Chastain.
Yeah.
Ms. Coleman.
This is the substitute.
Ms. Coleman Madison.
I'm voting aye. It's the only thing before us right now.
Mr. Elliott. Ms. Figures. Mr. Gavan. Mr. Gudger. Mr. Hatcher. Mr. Hovey. Mr. Jones. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kitchens. Mr. Livingston. Mr. Melson.
Aye. Substitute.
Mr. Orr. Mr. Price. Mr. Reed. Mr. Roberts. Mr. Sessions. Mr. Shellnut. Mr. Singleton.
Aye.
Mr. Smitherman. Mr. Stewart. Mr. Stutz. Mr. Wagner. Ms. Weaver. Mr. Williams.
You ain't talking about them. You need to get over there and let me get on you.
32 ayes, 0 nays. The committee substitutes adopted. All right.
Mr. President.
Yeah. Who wanted to be recognized over here? Senator Singleton or?
I want to start my second hour.
Oh, this is your first hour.
My first hour.
Yeah.
Oh, I got another one too. Good.
That's right.
Thank you, Jesus.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir. So you got in a position to pass it now, because I really wasn't going to let you adopt it yet, because I wanted to hold you around a little bit longer. But my good senator wanted to get an amendment on and get it to the point. I just want to make sure. I want to go back to that question that I asked.
On what they do with the embryos?
Yes.
All right, so I can tell you that there's no set policy. They want to use...
No. I'm sorry. Excuse me. Not what they do with the embryo. What they going to do with them babies?
Okay, and what do you refer to as babies?
Not referred to. The court has referred to them as babies.
Well, what the court refer to as?
As life.
No,
and that's the rule we got to go by, right?
Well,
in this democracy, we go by the rules of the court. Okay? If the court hadn't made that ruling, we wouldn't be here doing what we are doing. So I'll allow you to go and explain to me what we do with those babies. that are left, and where the mother want to dispose of that baby, is that mother going to be liable under what we just passed?
No,
Why?
because we're given immunity in the process of both goods and services.
Both goods and services.
No, I'm sorry, just services, both the provider and the recipient.
Okay, the recipient, here we are. Explain that process to me. You the doctor. Explain that process to me.
Of
Okay.
in vitro fertilization.
They take the egg and plant it into the woman, right?
No,
Tell me about it.
they take the embryo.
Okay, well, take the embryos and plant it into her, to the uterus, right?
After it's developed in the lab, correct?
Okay, all right. It's in the uterus. And normally, how many eggs would there be that a woman give to be frozen?
I would yield to my colleague on that answer if he's here, Senator Stutz.
Okay? How many eggs are there usually in this process? Yeah, bring the doctor up here and let me talk to the real doctor. Let me talk to the OBGYN now. Let's talk about it, Mr. OBGYN.
Here's your chance to shine.
Let's talk about it.
Mr. President.
I got the mic.
Oh, you got the mic?
Yes, sir.
Fire away with your questions.
My question is, in this process, how many eggs does a woman put into this process? I don't know a whole lot about it.
Well, are you asking natural cycle IVF?
No.
Stimulated IVF.
The IVF
Which
process. Kind? Well, you talk to me about it. What we're trying to help here.
Well, we're usually looking at stimulated cycles, and it depends on the age of the woman, but
okay, I'm 25 years old. I'm 25 years old.
I would say probably 15.
15 eggs.
It's probably a reasonable number.
15,
yeah, 15 eggs.
15, right?
Right.
And we usually put how many when we take that egg after it's been fertilized, right?
Right. But if so, you ask how many eggs you might collect on a cycle, and so we're going to say 12 to 15 eggs, and then you fertilize those, but all of those don't fertilize. So you start it off. We'll make the math simple for 15 eggs, and 10 of them fertilize.
How many we insert into the woman?
So, well, that has changed over time, but usually 1 or 2.
Okay.
Let's say today's world of IVF, putting 4 or 5 embryos in is just basically unheard of, because when you look at the moral issue of then having to do maybe a fetal reduction, because say if you had 5 babies, that's such an extremely high risk pregnancy, and some people would have recommended you reduce it down to twins. But that's from several years ago. Now, I'm not aware of any legitimate in vitro fertilization practices that are doing more than two embryos at a time.
Okay. Now, a woman got all those other eggs that are frozen, right? Out of that 12 or 15, right?
Right. So we got 15 eggs, 10 embryos that are frozen.
Right.
Correct?
And we made our insertion. It attached to the uterus. Now the mother's pregnant, right?
Right.
As we would call it. What happens to the other ones that are left?
So we had 10. We implanted 2, right? Now so you're saying we got 8 left.
Right.
Well, you keep them in storage, and 2 years later they want another baby, and you implant 1 or 2 more.
Okay, now that the Supreme Court has now recognized these not just as embryos, but they're now life, they're babies.
Right.
Right? So is there a disposal process to this at any point?
I hope not. They can be frozen and preserved for use years later.
So we're going to keep these babies in a freezer for the years later. That's life now.
Right, 100%. I agree. I'm glad you agree. That's a human life.
That's human life.
Right. But
Is that child abuse?
Those parents would have the option of using them. If at some point they decided not to use them, the first approach is usually
Okay,
that
now
they're
let me stop
donated.
there. What if they decide not to use them?
At the very end, you didn't want them for yourself, you didn't want to donate them, and I've still got 2 left.
Okay,
correct? Is that
now
what
that
you're
they're
asking?
life, then we can't donate them anymore. They need to be adopted now because it's life. You just can't donate a baby.
Well, you can donate it for adoption. You'd be adopting the embryo.
So it's going to be it's a process for adoption.
Right. You would donate that embryo to an infertile couple, and so you would essentially be placing it for adoption, and it would enable the recipient to go through the process of having the baby, of carrying the baby, all that. Genetically, it wouldn't be her baby. Genetically, it'd be your baby. But she would still go through the process of the pregnancy and everything and deliver. And so...
And they'll keep that baby for themselves, though.
Right. You're donating the embryo to be adopted by an infertile couple, and they would carry it and deliver it.
So even today, they adopt them.
Right. To me, that would be the most desirable thing to do with what you're asking.
Let me ask you this
about
question.
those
Before the
extra
Supreme Court rule came out, why would one adopt the embryo if it wasn't life?
It was a life before the Supreme Court realized it or not. So that's been going on for years and years and years.
So adoption has been. So I understand they got
donating embryos to be implanted. When I was in residency,
but you keep using the word donate.
That was the common thing. If
you
had
keep
extra embryos.
You keep using the word donate.
What?
You keep using the word donate.
Right.
So I want to be clarified that can we donate a child?
You can place a child for adoption. And that's essentially what's
Okay, that's what I'm talking about.
Right.
Placing them up for
You're
adoption.
placing a child for adoption, or you're placing this embryo for adoption. That's essentially the same thing.
Okay, placing this child up for an adoption. Okay, now, the ladies that came in my office just yesterday was concerned about the process of the donation, or whether or not it get destroyed, or what if they don't want to use these embryos anymore, these babies anymore, or they didn't want to give them up for adoption? What happens then?
Well,
because that's a parental choice.
That would be ironed out between the infertility clinic, and if you're asking me personally, and I have shared this with people, if you want to know where I think the moral implications, the moral quandary to be in with in vitro fertilization is exactly the point that you're talking about. When you get, you might say, to the end of the road and you've got 2 embryos left over and they don't want to donate them, they don't want to use them, that is the terrible moral question that you have to ask at that point, and has to be answered. You can keep storing them, but how many years you going to store them? You know, that's the issue. The problem with where we're dealing with now is that's the small percentage. I mean, most of the time, you're not looking for extra embryos. I mean, you're not looking that you have extra embryos. You're looking, you don't have enough. It's not that you've got too many. When you go through this process, just the natural attrition, and we can talk as much detail as you want to talk about it. But if you look at, the other issue with IVF that gets debated is, well, you're culling some of the embryos. We got 10 fertilized embryos, and now we've only got 4 to implant after you sorted them microscopically. Well, the problem is those were the ones that were going to be lost anyway. if you look at the loss rate of just a naturally conceived pregnancy, between 50 and 70% of all naturally conceived pregnancies are spontaneously lost.
So that
when
was
you
almost
take 10 embryos and through the process of in vitro fertilization, you only end up with 4 good embryos, it's not anybody's fault. That is exactly what would have happened in a naturally conceived pregnancy.
Which is called a miscarriage.
Which is called a miscarriage. And a lot of miscarriages occur so early that the woman does not even realize she was pregnant. And so my point is these IVF doctors are not intentionally trying to destroy embryos. There's a shortage of them. And so you get 10 embryos and you only end up with 4 left. That's not anybody's fault. That's the natural, far and away the most common cause of that is what's called fetal aneuploidy. That's a genetic defect in the baby, and that accounts for 85% of all miscarriages just out here in the world. And it's no different in vitro fertilization. You had 10 embryos, and 5 or 6 out of those 10 had fetal aneuploidy. Now, did that get picked up by genetic testing? Absolutely it did. Before they froze the embryos, they swabbed them, got 3 or 4 cells off of them, did genetic studies on those cells, and so now we've got 10 embryos that are frozen, and 10 days later, when I get those genetic tests back, I know which one of those embryos are normal and which ones are not. Yeah, that's a brave new world kind of technology, but the fact is, now we're ready to implant one of the embryos or 2 of them. Well, we're not going to pick one that we know is genetically abnormal. We're going to pick one of the 4 or 5 normal ones to use. Is that Cullen? But that's what I'm saying. The numbers there are that essentially those are the same pregnancies that would have been lost in the natural process of fertilization, of getting pregnant, of having a baby. The percentages of spontaneous pregnancy loss and the percentages of embryo loss with IVF are almost identical. So, and like I said, I'm granting you the moral question that, and I tell patients before I refer them, before you start down this road of IVF, I want you to realize you may have to make some hard moral decisions of what if we end up with extra embryos, what are we going to do? And that's the question I can't answer, but I'm telling you, that is a possibility that you could end up at that point, but that's the exception. That's not the rule.
But that was one of the questions that mothers asked me on yesterday. I think if we're making a fix, then why can't we fix it so they can have that?
Why, and so you can debate of, well, we could pass a law of limiting the number of eggs that you can fertilize on a cycle so you don't have any left over at the end. But I don't think we ought to be legislating that. The reason they do them all at once.
You don't want us to, but we've been legislating morality around here.
I'm not talking about morality. I'm talking about the practice of medicine.
But all I'm saying to this is,
I don't think we ought to legislate how many
I agree with
how many milligrams of a particular medicine.
I'm with you on that. I'm with you on that.
Yeah.
I'm with you on that. We shouldn't be doing that. We should allow that to free flow. It's just like I'm almost saying that we should legislate that if a woman is having a pregnancy and she's in a full breach or something goes wrong with her and the doctor tells her she needs to abort, and the law that we have now say that it would give that same doctor 10 to 99 years if he helped her with that abortion. We shouldn't have to legislate that either. We shouldn't have to legislate whether or not if a mother get raped and she don't want to choose that child because she has to have it. We shouldn't have to legislate that either, but we do. And we also shouldn't have to legislate whether or not if somebody get pregnant through incest, we should not have to legislate that either. I agree with you, sir. I agree with you, sir, 100%.
No, here's the issue. We're still. We're still, we're talking about whether you
I understand.
legislate-
I just had to
how many-
deal with you on that
I
issue.
know you wanted to make your point, but the point is, there's a difference in legislating the actual specifics, and then we're talking about legislating about when does life begin and a human life. I had a lobbyist yesterday try to explain to me about the issues of this bill that y'all are talking about right now. And he tried to explain to me that he didn't really know about these embryos, because I could take one of these embryos that you say is alive and I could lay it here on this shelf and it would not survive. Is that right? And I said, yeah, that's correct. And I said, but I can tell you exactly the same thing about a 1-month-old baby. I can lay it right there on the floor
exactly.
by itself and it would not survive. And I said, there's the difference. We're agreeing, you got to admit they're both alive. And the only difference is nutrition, temperature control, and time between here and down there. And so that's the issue with whether it's a life or not. And I mean, I'm up here defending this bill, and this isn't my bill. But if we'd have had my bill, we wouldn't have these issues, because my bill just said whatever you had been doing, you can keep doing without fear of liability. And we're down this road of debating all these issues.
But I want to get.
I'm happy to talk to you about it and defend it, but this is not my bill simply said whatever you were doing a month ago, you can start back doing right now without fear of liability. And,
but
that's where we need to be.
But a month ago, it wasn't life.
Huh?
A month ago, we weren't talking about life.
It's always been life, as I told you before.
See,
Whether
you
the
may
Supreme
say, but
Court said it or not, it still was.
Yeah, but it's, you
I'm
said
glad
still
they got it
wasn't.
right.
But
I'm glad
again,
they got it correct.
a month ago, we wasn't treating it as life anyway.
Well, I was.
Okay, well, the medical community wasn't.
The ones that knew what they were doing were, and the ones that should have been were. I mean, yeah, there's people that weren't. There's people that in the medical community that because strongly argue the position you're.
Well, if they were doing that, then why the medical community say, "Oh, let's stop"?
That's a good question.
They said, "Let's stop," because obviously they saw something wrong.
I did not agree at all with the we're going to stop.
Because other than that, they said we stop it because obviously we've been doing something wrong for a long time.
Their claim of fear of liability, and I said I did not agree with anybody stopping. I think that was a wrong decision.
So we want to give them all immunity to do that. But that mother, I go back to again, that mother who's in a breach or something is going on wrong with her, and that doctor needs to abort that child or that mother dies, under our bill from 2019 that you all passed, that said that if a doctor were to help that child, that mother, he get 10 to 99 years in prison for helping. This is just hypocritical. And we want to give the right to be able to give these doctors, and I'm okay with that. So I'm okay with that. I want these mothers to be helped. But I just want to point out the hypocrisy here in how we treat doctors in one instance when they are trying to do their job medically and help. Just like you said, we shouldn't be trying to legislate what a doctor should be able to do. But you voted for that bill.
Oh, I did, and I'm glad I did. But let me tell you,
you voted for that.
I understand.
You voted
I understand.
for your own profession to be in prayer over the fact that they would help a woman if she was in need of help.
Here's the difference. The doctor that we legislated against abortion on, they're trying to kill the baby.
Well, I'm talking, no.
And the IVF stuff
You didn't
trying to save the embryos.
You didn't even leave that doctor room. You didn't even leave that doctor room for a medical emergency to be able to take that baby away. You didn't even leave that room for them because you took no exceptions.
Right.
So that's difference. You didn't leave them room to do anything. So there's no difference in that to me. It's being hypocritical. So don't tell me that that one was trying to abort and kill a baby. This mother who want to make a choice for herself as whether I live and maybe can conceive and have another child later, and a doctor can help her, this doctor's afraid to do it because he may get 10 to 99 years of life. That's the difference.
No, the difference is you're not admitting a life is a life.
I'm admitting a life is a life because that baby in that womb, that baby in that womb, that mother, where they have problems is, okay?
Yeah.
You know, I remember when y'all wanted to, was that your bill that you wanted to kill grandma in the middle of the night? Isn't that your bill? One of y'all had to, was it your bill for UAB to not to resuscitate grandma in the middle of the night if she would die?
Grandma's not counting.
Grandma was alive. And y'all wanted somebody not to be wait to the hospital open the next morning to be able for somebody to sign the document. Grandma was alive, living, breathing, and have lived years. But y'all couldn't wait till the next morning because you want to kill grandma in the middle of the night. When is life is a life?
From conception.
Well, grandma's still alive, but y'all were willing to put grandma to sleep. Because you did it based on the family need comfort. The family wants that confrontation. That family was making a choice, just like an abortion, to kill grandma. And we made it a law to kill grandma in the middle of the night. You couldn't wait till the sleep doctor. It was the sleep bill. It was the sleep doctor from UAB called me. Please let this go because it's a problem that we have. We can't find a notary. Yes, it was about a notary notarizing the paper. If you got them on the machine, you could have waited till the morning till the business office open and get that notary. Because every hospital has a notary. Well, we can't find a notary sometime in the middle of the night. That's a dangerous family. They must just want grandma inheritance if they want to kill her in the middle of the night. That's what that's about. It's still life. Y'all want to kill grandma in the middle of the night. And you're going to talk about me about life? When conception, well, grandma is living and breathing and probably have lived for 99 years, still breathing, and you wanted to kill grandma in the middle of the night, and it was all right. Because you didn't want to wait till in the morning to get a notary, and you voted for that bill too, to kill grandma.
Well, I think the bill you're talking about was about maybe about do not resuscitate order.
Yes, but it's life.
But
because somebody got to notarize it, right?
No, the difference is there's a big difference in
this
actively.
Bill, whatever this bill was about, it was about a notary. It was about somebody couldn't find a notary, and we had to wait. So therefore, we wanted to do this procedure without the family having to notarize it, because we might not be able to find a family member to get it notarized, and it may happen. And they bought the bill based on the middle of the night, which was so amusing to me, as if we couldn't keep grandma on that respirator until daybreak. It was still life.
Yeah, I remember kind of the bill that you're talking about.
But you remember the bill I'm talking about? Come on, dude.
The issue's not the notary or what time of day it was. The issue.
But that's what that bill was about, a notarization, though.
Of doing the paperwork. But the issue there is there's a huge difference between a do not resuscitate an order and go kill that patient order. One, you ask about life. I'd say from conception to natural death. And the issue you're talking about notary and all that is withholding life support. And that's totally different than
But it could wait till the morning.
The life.
But you have to admit, when that bill was bought, I don't know who you, maybe the brother over here, he keep running out of here, Mr. Morality from Jefferson County. Mr. Morality, they used to sit over here, right here, Mr. Morality, who ain't got nothing to say these days about what we up here talking about. Any other time, he all over it. Yes. Mr. Take a Knee, Mr. Morality, I think he brought that bill. They couldn't wait on grandma till in the morning. And you killed grandma overnight. Grandma gone. Because somebody was trying to get grandma inheritance. So you talking to me about life, I value grandma life.
I'm glad you do.
Shucks. You can't kill grandma in the middle of the night. Just because you can't get a notary? Just like these mothers want to know what happens if I make a decision to dispose of this embryo, disposal of my baby, am I going to be held liable? That little small percentage that you say that I might be talking about, just like this became an unintended consequences, it happened today. That same thing you're calling a small chance could happen tomorrow. You never thought we'd be right here. You never thought we'd be here. The author of that bill quoted in the New York Times, the senator from Elmore County. He ain't in here. He ain't on his mouth today. He bought the abortion bill. He championed it. And he said in the New York Times, IVF would never happen. There would be no problem with that. Embryosis. Here we are today, those unintended consequences. Here we are today. Now you're telling me also that you agree with my scenario, but it is a minor percentage. Just like we might have thought a few years ago that this would be a minor percent, and it happened. Just like grandma. Grandma got killed in the middle of the night. Could happen to my grandma. Wait on y'all. Look here. I'm beginning to be the grandpa of my family now. I'm beginning to be an elder. I'll be 62 in a few days. Thank you, my brother. And I sure hope my children, not my children, but my children, don't decide to get rid of grandpa, they daddy, in the middle of the night. Just wait. You know that old gospel thing said, joy comes in the morning. It's joy comes in the morning. Hallelujah. Just wait till the morning come. I'm going to ask my children to put it in my will. Don't let your daddy go. If you got to make the choice in the middle of the night, I want to be woke. Stay woke. I'm from the woke culture. I'm woke. I'm going to embrace it. Why y'all think it's negative? I'm woke. Y'all following Donald Trump telling y'all what to do. He told y'all to pass the bill, and y'all got messed up. Y'all gonna buy y'all some of them gold tennis shoes. I'm gonna see some of y'all walking around with these gold tennis shoes on. With your big T on the side of it. The Trump crew. Those that ain't following Trump, you following DeSantis. They getting you in trouble. Following all that national mess. When we get along right here in Alabama doing what we do. Man, y'all just kill me with this mess, man. You're killing grandma in the middle of the night. Now you're killing babies. But y'all for life. We supposed to be the bad guy. We ain't for life. We the one who promoting it. We want life. In 1936, you gave a black woman the birth control pill to stop her fertilization. And sterilized us. You sterilized black men in Tuskegee experiment to give us syphilis so that we won't produce no more. Because you was afraid of the reproduction system because we produce much faster in our genetic genes. Now let's tell the truth about it. You want to kill us off with our babies. You use the law to take us out. And now you're being taken, now you want to give everybody immunity so you can continue to fertilize your folk. Because most of my people can't afford this. This is a rich woman thing here. This ain't poor folk stuff. And I'm willing to help it because it's human beings in this life. It's not about whether rich or poor for me. And I want you to understand that. But I do understand because I'm woke. Because I'm woke. I hear Governor Ivey always talking about it's the woke culture. You know, I saw Justice Stewart. She has a commercial that shows Black Lives Matter in a riot, but she won't show the insurrection riot in her commercials. Y'all so hypocritical, boy. It's pitiful. Y'all play this national politics out so good. It's pitiful. When we can just get along and move forward. You see here last week and throw DEI down my throat, and you didn't think I was going to get up here today to make y'all feel this way?
You're not making me feel that way.
Oh, how came in the way up we weave.
Let me ask you a question.
Yes, sir.
You're talking about the black race reproducing. Where you ought to be alarmed about abortion is, do you know what percentage of
those are your statistics. Because all the little white girls go out the state and have them. Those are your statistics. Y'all keep wanting to put it on us that we having more abortion than anybody else. That's crazy. You can get on out of here. You don't want us to have no babies.
No, I'm asking percentage-wise. Do you know that? I don't
want to talk about no percentage-wise. I'm talking about these babies that's up there in them freezers that you freezing and abusing right now because of your politics.
No, it's not.
Your politics. You voted for that bill. Your politics. You freezing babies. That's child abuse. That's child abuse. If I take my baby.
It's not child abuse till you thaw them out.
It's child abuse in the freezer.
They stay frozen for a long time.
Look here. If I take my baby and put it in the freezer now, you're going to put me in jail for child abuse. It's still a child. It's still life.
I agree 100%. I'm glad
Thank you, sir.
agree with that.
I'm glad you agree with me.
On that point.
So you've done everything that you can do to try to demean me and my people. And here we come right back around. And I'm going to help protect you today. I'm going to help protect these babies. I'm going to protect these babies. I want y'all to protect these babies. I want these babies to be protected. And I want y'all to do it right, though. Because you told me you had a bill. Hold up. Explain to me what your bill would have did again.
Would have simply said that if you, if you're following the usual and customary practices of in vitro fertilization, then you're immune from civil and criminal prosecution.
And that would have protected the mother and everybody else.
Everybody can.
Why are we dealing with your bill?
You can do again.
Why are we dealing with your bill?
You've got the microphone. I'll give you a copy of it, and you can substitute it if you want to.
I'll give you the mic and let you substitute it. You're going to probably get voted down, aren't you?
Probably.
But you're the OBGYN. Why ain't they working with you?
Special interest got involved in the bill.
Oh, man. Ooh. Ooh-wee. What special interest was that?
You can figure it out.
See, it's still about special interest. It's not about the real source of what we're really trying to do. It's really not about the people there. It's about what certain groups want to happen. See, I had two groups to come to my office that was totally uncommon to me, and we may not agree on everything, but they thank me for what I'm doing out here on this mic today. And I'm not even gonna call their name, but they thank me for what I'm doing. Because they told me, we may not agree with everything that you say or do, but we thank you for what you're doing today because you're telling the truth.
So am I.
And I appreciate you, Doc. You're the OBGYN in the house. I don't know why we weren't just talking to you. Because the power to be don't want you to speak your voice, don't want your voice. See, they don't want you woke. You need to come over here with us and stay woke. That's what you need to do. You need to stay woke. You probably was a Democrat until they changed until Obama got in office, wasn't you?
No.
Most of these cats were Democrats until Obama got in. Then they became woke. I'm having too much fun here now. I really am. I'm really having too much fun.
Oh, I'm glad you're enjoying it. You've got the microphone.
I know, and I'm going to continue. You can go and sit down. I'm not going to ask you any more questions. I'm good. I got a sermon I want to preach right now.
Okay, well,
you can have a seat.
Sponsor gets back up here, I've got some questions.
Oh, you do?
Yeah.
Well, see, I don't know if I want to get you and the sponsor on, then y'all going to try to trick a dick and then just pass the bill and ain't ready for it. You know what I'm saying? I've been around too long to allow that to happen, okay? Now, I would, if the sponsor want to come over here, I would yield some time to the sponsor without losing my time and place for you to ask the sponsor some questions. But I'm not going to give up my mic to you and the sponsor. So then you and the sponsor will have y'all way, and then all of a sudden the roll call is going on, ain't no way for me to stop it. Okay? I've been around too long for that. I'm not finished with y'all yet. Okay? So now if the sponsor want to come over here, I will yield to the sponsor to allow you to ask the sponsor some questions without losing my time and place. And I would ask the chair to respect that. So if the sponsor want to come over here, or you come over here, let the sponsor stand right there. It doesn't matter with me. I will yield to you to allow the sponsor to answer some questions.
Well, he's telling me that we have an amendment, that Senator Coleman Madison has an amendment that she wants to introduce.
Yeah, they adopted the bill. They're ready to pass the bill now. The sub is already gone. Well, I mean, before you adopted the sub, then you should have let her did the amendments. This to the sub. Okay, this is to the sub. Okay, cool. Well, I ain't through with my hour yet then. How much more time I got in my hour? 20 good old minutes. That's the BIR. Thank you. I got you covered, sister. I got you covered, sister. You can have a seat until that time comes. I'll call you back up. You're the expert in here. You're the OBGYN. You know, you're like I see Dr. Beasley over here. When I have a pharmacy question, this is my resident expert over here. Okay? So when I need a question again on the OBGYN, I will call you up as my resident expert. Okay? So here we are, people, still in this quandrum. I want these babies. Let me look at these cameras over here that's on me now. I want these mothers to be able to successfully go through their process to where they can have a successful family. But the Republicans over on the other side messed this up in 2019. gave the state of Alabama the reason to rule the way they are today. And here we are, when the sponsor of the bill said to the New York Times that he never thought and he had no worry about IVF would ever be an issue in the state of Alabama. And here we are today. And now they're trying to give it a quick fix. And I'm asking the question as to whether or not those mothers who do not utilize all of their eggs, as to whether or not in the disposal process or the continuation of the freezing, is this murder or is this continued child abuse? Because this is life. It's a simple question to me. And I've been told by the resident OBGYN that is a small percentage of a chance that this may happen. But this was a small percentage of a chance it would happen. And here we are having the answer to this today. You know what? This is amazing that all these cats out here don't want to be on the floor. Mr. Des, I want to call for a quorum call. Make them get out the office. Come out here and sit down. Quorum call. And I'm going to continue to talk through my quorum call. You don't get to go sit in your offices and relax because you don't want to face what I'm doing. So, see, we ain't used that old method in a long time. I'm teaching y'all the rules. This is how you get them out the office and make them have to come back in here and sit down. So I just want to let everybody know that this is a process that you want to ask questions on.
I just want to make a statement to you, and when you get a second.
I'll yield without losing my time or place.
Senator Melson. Alabama law says unless the unborn is not a murder unless it's in utero. So the answer to that question is no. The mother's not committing homicide if she.
That ain't what the court said.
I didn't say what the court said. I said according to Alabama law, that the homicide law, it does not apply unless an unborn is in the uterus.
So my thing is that the court ruling the Supreme Court doesn't supersede what that Alabama law is in that statute. And I think that we will have to get an interpretation from that. Maybe we need to call somebody from the Attorney General office and let's get an opinion on that. Because until then, you were right. Until that day, you were probably right.
Yeah, and the other thing.
But I want you to understand that I would disagree with you by virtue of the fact that the Supreme Court has made a different ruling and said life is this embryo now is life.
I'm not saying life, I'm saying the taking of a life. So I cannot argue that. But the taking of a life, it doesn't matter what I think, though.
I understand what you're saying. But before then, the Supreme Court had not ruled that it was life.
Yeah, I understand.
You see what I'm saying? Had not ruled that it was life.
But again,
because I want them all out their offices so they can come out here and hear this.
And the other thing, and I didn't want to say it earlier, but what they do with him usually, I'm sorry.
Senator Singleton.
The gentleman cannot talk as loud and understand the situation. Could you hit the gavel so I can get a little quiet so I can hear? Thank you, sir.
And they haven't changed the policy, and it's not the policy, but a lot of these clinics are going to store them perpetually because of the ruling, and that's going to probably become their policy and will not be getting destroyed. That's not in effect, but that's what they're looking at doing.
Probably.
That's why I said that, and I didn't bring it up earlier. But
probably going to do it, but we don't know that yet.
I know that they probably will.
We don't know that for fact yet, though.
We don't know that they're doing that, I do know that probably they are, but I don't know since they're not,
But then you don't know they probably are either.
I can only take their word.
Oh, who word was that?
I'm not going to mention them.
Well, then I can't take it then.
Okay.
So, I mean, if they ain't man or woman enough to come out in statement and say that this is what they're going to do, then they might just be telling you something just to
don't think
get
it's a man or
past. So
woman.
you can come up here and tell me this. To satisfy, so they can go back to doing what they're doing, destroying them, throwing these babies in the freezer, throwing them out. We don't know what they really do with them. I don't know. Because for some reason they halted. For some reason they halt. They did a halt because they might have been doing something that this law says that they shouldn't be doing because they halt. And that's what put these mothers in frenzy.
Well, I think the reason they ceased it, is because they're more worried about that ruling, it becoming negligent homicide, which we have.
Exactly.
Which we have some of the strictest penalties as far as recovery for damages. But anyway.
Gotcha.
Senator Singleton.
No, I'm good. Man, I'm just good. I'm good as gold. I'm having fun. Because just like they put DEI in my face last week, I want you to feel this because I was feeling heavy-hearted. Because you made me feel like you ain't want me in this body. You made me feel like me and my people weren't wanted in this state. So I want y'all to feel it. That's why you run into your offices. That's why I had a quorum call, so you had to come out here and hear it. And listen to it. You don't get to go hide in your offices like cowards. You have to come out here like men and stand up to what you did. You took the vote. You took that vote in 19. You wouldn't hide behind it, but you never thought this day right here would come. Never thought this day would come. Thank you, Doc. That's my resident OBGYN. That's my friend right there. Doc and I. Yeah, but, you know, when this quorum call go off and they make that roll call, how much more time I got in my hour?
10 minutes on the quorum call. Senator, you got a few minutes on the quorum call and your hour's gone.
I got you. I understood what I was doing. I know the rule. Ooh, that's good. 1186. That's some good water. Now, Doc, thank you for your explanations. I really appreciate your dialogue. You kind of educated me a little bit about what was going on in the process. I probably would have rather dealt with your bill. Because I would have probably felt more comfortable that these mothers who came to my office asking me questions whether or not they will be protected if they make a decision to dispose of the embryos. I'm sorry, their baby. I don't want y'all to forget that these are children. This is a baby now. You were getting away with it up until this point, okay? And so we're gonna have a quorum call here in 3 minutes. I'm gonna let then Senator Coleman Madison come back up and offer her amendment. When she offer her amendment, then we just gonna have an up or down vote on this bill. I'm gonna be through with it. Because I think I'll whoop y'all enough today. But I got another hour, I forgot about that. I might talk an hour on her amendment. But Senator Smitherman has the rest of the calendar, and we can still get out of here by 3 o'clock if everybody trying to get out of here by 3 o'clock. But this is just a testament, guys and girls, to when you do those things that has unintended consequences, that you don't really think it out before you do it. I hope that you'll learn from this and in the future, not try to follow so much of this national politics and hurt people just because the state of Florida or the state of Texas or the state of Georgia do it, or because DeSantis or Trump or somebody from your national party tell you to do it, or be pressured by local groups who tell you to do it. We're the men and women in here who make these decisions. There are many of you who come after making these decisions and talk about how much you don't like what we just did. I tell you to stand up and be men and women against what it is. But some of y'all are probably scared of being primary and scared you're gonna lose these little seats and your status in communities, that you'll go against your own people and your own families just for local politics because it's popular. I don't have that problem. I'm woke. When the groups in my community come to me, I tell them, then run somebody against me. If you beat me, you just beat me. If they up to the task, then beat me. Because I'm gonna come here and represent my people the way I want to and feel to represent my people. I don't get into groupthink, which I see a lot of that go on that side. So I hope y'all learn a lesson. And I hope you have to learn a lesson that you don't need to continue to go down these paths with these unintended consequences that you can't foresee. Because again, y'all ain't been governing but 14 years. Y'all ain't been in power that long, and you're making rookie mistakes. These are still rookie mistakes y'all making. Y'all still making rookie mistakes. I would have thought y'all matured a little bit by now, but you're still making rookie mistakes. You ain't been governing that long. Then y'all come in here like you know everything. You don't want to listen to nobody who been around for a while. You just know everything.
Time's up on the quorum call. Secretary, call the roll.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Allen. Mr. Barfoot. Mr. Beasley. Mr. Bell. Mr. Butler. Mr. Carnley. Mr. Chambliss. Mr. Chasteen. Ms. Coleman. Ms. Coleman Madison. Mr. Elliott. Ms. Figures. Mr. Gavan. Mr. Gudger. Mr. Hatcher. Mr. Hovey. Mr. Jones. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kitchens. Mr. Livingston. Mr. Melson. Mr. Orr. Mr. Price. Mr. Reed. Mr. Roberts. Mr. Sessions. Mr. Shelnut. Mr. Singleton. Mr. Smitherman. Mr. Stewart. Mr. Stutz. Mr. Wagner. Ms. Weaver. Mr. Williams.
Thirty-three senators present. We have a quorum. Senator Coleman Madison, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment I'd like to offer. I really have two amendments.
Desk receive the amendments.
Amendment to Senate Bill 159 by Senator Coleman Madison. Replace lines 19 through 20 on page 1 with the following. Replace lines 31 through 32 on page 2 with the following.
All right, what this amendment does, again, it brings us back down to where we are, and the second amendment addresses the issue of the services. This amendment goes back to the definition. And if we are not willing to redefine, and it says, services related to in vitro fertilization to provide retroactive effect, provide that any fertilized human egg or human embryo that exists outside of a human uterus is not considered an unborn child or being for the purpose under state law. And basically, also any fertilized human egg or human embryo that exists in any form outside of a human uterus is not considered an unborn child, a minor child, or a human being for any purposes under state law. And so I think this will take us out of the thicket of getting back into that fire that we thought we had put out and it's going to flare back up. We don't have any crystal ball. Even if we did, it could just predict, but we know that things happen. Somebody had a bumper sticker that says, happens. It does. And the point is that it's going to happen again. We have the opportunity to at least give some clarity, as someone mentioned in another bill, that this gives clarity to the courts when they are making a decision. We give a definition. This gives clarity to the courts so that they will understand if the ruling comes up, and it may come up sooner than we think because this is a test case, that the Supreme Court now has some guidelines. And so I would move the amendment based on previous role.
Mr. President.
Senator Coleman Madison, do you yield?
Who am I yielding to?
I'd like to make a motion to table that amendment.
Motion to table?
Call ayes, noes. Can we get ayes and noes?
Too late. The motion been tabled.
All right, have another amendment.
Secretary, receive the amendment.
We'll see y'all later.
Amendment to the substitute for Senate Bill 159 by Senator Coleman Madison. Replace lines 7 through 8 on page 1 with the following. Replace line 18 on page 1 with the following. Replace line 27 on page 1 with the following.
Thank you for bringing this amendment.
Senator Coleman Madison still has the mic.
Thank you. This amendment, Senator Melson and I had talked about, we think that it would take care of the issue of the liability, in particular for those service providers, as far as giving them immunity. And so with that, I would move the adoption of the amendment.
Mr. President.
Senator Melson.
I'd like to make a comment on the amendment. I just want to thank you for working with me and bringing that amendment, and on the other that you didn't bring forward. I really appreciate it. This takes care of what your concerns were on the goods, like that medium that they grew the embryos on, and I really appreciate you bringing it. So this gives immunity to services, but not goods. So thank you very much.
Move it using a long roll.
Secretary, call the roll.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Allen. Mr. Barfoot. Mr. Beasley. Mr. Bell. Mr. Butler. Mr. Carnley. Mr. Chambliss. Mr. Chastain. Ms. Coleman. Ms. Coleman Madison.
Aye.
Mr. Elliott. Ms. Figures. Mr. Gavan. Mr. Gudger. Mr. Hatcher. Mr. Hovey. Mr. Jones. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kitchens. Mr. Livingston. Mr. Melson.
Aye.
Mr. Orr. Mr. Price. Mr. Reed. Mr. Roberts. Mr. Sessions. Mr. Shelnut. Mr. Singleton. Mr. Smitherman. Mr. Stewart. Mr. Stutz. Mr. Wagner. Ms. Weaver. Mr. Williams.
31 ayes, no nays. The Coleman-Madison amendment is adopted.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Senator Melson, for accepting the amendment. We live to fight again another day. It's not over.
Well, thank you for
I do
bringing
have one statement that I want to make, if I may, a personal privilege, sir.
Yes.
Simply because March, we are entering, it's ironic, March is Women's History Month. When we come back, we will be in the month of women. And it is National Women's History Month. The theme for 2024 for the National Women's History Month celebrates women who advocate for equity, diversity, and inclusion. Men, you guys need to get on the ball. We are talking about a national campaign. This is the theme that the women have chose nationally, but y'all say it's the dirty words. The theme recognizes women throughout the country who understand that for a positive future, we need to eliminate bias and discrimination entirely from our lives and our institutions. And I want to thank all of those college students that are out today from Mobile to Huntsville, from one end of the state to the other. These are college students on campuses who are out protesting against the diversity, equity, and inclusion bill that this legislative body passed. Those kids get it. Thank you.
Senator Coleman-Madison. Senator Melson.
Mr. President, I'd like to move for final passage as amended.
Short roll?
Long roll.
Secretary, call the long roll.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Allen. Mr. Barfoot. Mr. Beasley. Mr. Bell. Mr. Butler. Mr. Carnley. Mr. Chambliss. Mr. Chastain. Ms. Coleman. Ms. Coleman-Madison. Mr. Elliott. Ms. Figures. Mr. Gavan. Mr. Gudger. Mr. Hatcher. Mr. Hovey. Mr. Jones. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kitchens. Mr. Livingston. Mr. Melson.
Aye.
Mr. Orr. Mr. Price. Mr. Reed. Mr. Roberts. Mr. Sessions. Mr. Shelnut. Mr. Singleton. Mr. Smitherman. Mr. Stewart. Mr. Stutz. Mr. Wagner. Ms. Weaver. Mr. Williams.
$34 ayes, no nays. SB 159 receives final passage. Thank you, Senator Melson. Secretary,
Mr.
call the
President.
next bill.
Mr. President,
Senator Melson.
I just want to take a moment of personal privilege. I just want everybody to know that I understand I jokingly told Senator Smitherman and others that I knew I had to pay a pound of flesh to get this through today. But I appreciate it and your points were taken. But other thing is this was not a special interest bill. This bill was something that I took on my own to just get it done so the patients could have a way to get back on their in vitro fertilization. But the other thing is those special interests made this a better bill. You know, I had some patient not having recourse for wrongful actions, and this allowed them to get it. So, you know, I know the comment about special interest. I understand where that's coming from, but, you know, you got to listen to everybody. And their points were well taken, and they made it a better bill. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Melson. Secretary, call the next bill on the special order calendar.
On page 23 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 34 by Senator Smitherman relating to crimes and offenses. BIR pending.
Senator Smitherman.
Mr. President, and unless someone desires to talk, I move for passage of the BIR and unanimous consent to your previous roll.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Williams.
34 ayes, no nays. Secretary, call the bill.
On page 23 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 34 by Senator Smitherman relating to crimes and offenses. Committee amendment pending.
Mr. President.
Senator Smitherman.
I want to be recognized to talk about the bill, but I want everybody just to wait a few minutes, you know, so you may be thinking about going back to your office for a minute. I want you to wait just a second. We have a dilemma where I initially thought about the possibility of calling up or requesting unanimous consent. I am not doing it, but it was considered to request unanimous consent from everyone so that Senator Wagner and I could bring before you all the bill that relates to Birmingham Southern. And the reason being is because of the time factor in bills leaving us, going to the House, having to wait 24 hours, that if we are fortunate enough to get it passed and it's not passed today, that, and we're not bringing it up, but I want you to know the dilemma we in, is that the time factor for students in registering school is going to put it in a situation where it's going to make a tight window to retain the students from high school who have to make a commitment to go to school. So I want to let you all know that we are in a time dilemma. We're trying to move it from the point it is now forward. I'm going to yield to Senator Wagner if I can, without losing. This is not a filibuster, but I just want to come back to the bill that we called up. So I'm yielding to him now without losing whatever it is.
Senator Wagner.
Senator Smitherman, thank you for bringing up this issue. As all of you recall, last session, I sponsored legislation to hopefully allow Birmingham Southern to be healthy again, to respond to the needs of the community, to educate hundreds and thousands of young people in Alabama and from the Southeast. I sponsored the bill that would allow the state treasurer to administer the loan program. It's a $30 million loan to be administered by the state treasurer. This body passed my bill by a vote of 32-0. Very popular in the Alabama Senate. It went to the House. They passed it on a good vote. So the bill became law. So then it was up to the state treasurer to administer the loan. And a lot of us met with him on a regular basis, but at the end of the day, the state treasurer refused to administer the loan based on the law that this body passed. This year, there's another bill that I have sponsored, and 21 members of this Alabama Senate are co-sponsors. and it changes who would administer the $30 million loan. It would be the executive director of the Alabama Commission on Higher Education. And in the next few legislative days, we're going to bring this bill before you for consideration. I may be the only alumni of Birmingham Southern College. As most of you know, I attended Auburn for 2 years, but for various reasons, well, the main reason, I got a basketball scholarship to Birmingham Southern, so I transferred. Feel like I got a good education. Birmingham Southern's on the west side of Birmingham. It's in Senator Smitherman's district. So I got my degree from Birmingham Southern College. So I have a vested interest in keeping Birmingham Southern alive. Yes, they've had some financial issues over the last few years, but I have a love for that college. My father went to Birmingham Southern. I had an uncle, probably in the 1940s, that was president of Birmingham Southern College. Dr. George R. Stewart was his name. So I have a history with Birmingham Southern College. I grew up on the side of Birmingham where Birmingham Southern exists. It's probably 150, maybe 200 acres on the west side of Birmingham in Senator Smitherman's district. So in the next few days, I think you're going to see, have an opportunity to pass a new bill where we have a different administrator of the loan, the director of the Alabama Commission on Higher Education, who has agreed to administer this loan. So hopefully y'all will listen to the debate when it comes and vote favorably like you did last year. It was a 32-0 vote in the Alabama Senate to give new life to Birmingham Southern College. It went to the House, and we had a very strong vote there, but at the end of the day, because of the state treasurer, we cannot give the $30 million loan to Birmingham Southern College. But I think the purpose of Senator Smitherman and I today is to let y'all know it's coming again. Maybe next week, hopefully next week, we'll have the Birmingham Southern College bill before us. So I want you to have advanced notice what our intention is for next year. The bill this year, I have 21 co-sponsors, and I think that's a good sign of the interest in preserving this great college that exists on the west side of Birmingham, but it's in the state of Alabama. And every one of you have constituents, maybe not today or maybe not last year, but you have had constituents that attended Birmingham Southern College. So with that, Mr. President, unless Senator Smitherman has some comments, I will sit down, and now you have noticed what hopefully you'll be faced with in the coming days, hopefully next week.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Wagner. Senator Smitherman, you're recognized.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator Wagner, for so eloquent sharing that with our colleagues. And I just want to add to the colleagues who may have been in committee when the bill was there that we heard the chairman of the committee, and we are going, and you see how he got his arms up, he lifted us up, and we are going to take into consideration those concerns that he had, and hopefully we will be able to address those in the bill, that it will satisfy him enough that we have given the sensitivity to his concerns in that. So we want him to know that we heard you loud and clear, and we plan on being very sensitive to what you just said. Thank you about that part. At this time, I would talk a little bit about the bill. Is the tourism chairman in here? The tourism chairman, is he in here? Where is he? Is he in here? Okay. The reason I called for him in here is that the amendment that we have on this bill, and I think some of you all know what the amendment is the bill. Let me just say quickly, I think everybody know the bill, but the bill, initially we had given some consideration and protection to people who served us, who were receiving terrorist threats. It first came initially when last year before last, when the Jewish synagogues and all those places had different threats. You all were very supportive in passing a bill so that it would protect all those concerns. Since that time, we've added some other people, and the bill initially was to add judges to the list. That's why I filed it. But since that time, there have been other concerns that are addressed by your people, your revenue people in different counties and other people in concerns, as well as elected people. So in order to take in everyone, the senator who's chairman of tourism asked an amendment, and that's an amendment he presented to include all elected officials and their staffs. So I want everybody to know what that amendment was, and if there's no questions about it, I'll move for adoption of the amendment and ask unanimous consent to use previous role.
Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Williams.
34 ayes, no nays. Committee amendment is adopted.
And if it's not any questions about the bill, I'll move for stop the clock so he don't have no time. Hold the clock. I move final passage and ask unanimous consent to use previous role.
Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Williams.
34 ayes, no nays. SB 34 receives final passage.
Thank you, members.
Thank you, Senator Smitherman. Secretary, call the next bill on the special order calendar.
On page 23 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 89 by Senator Smitherman relating to crimes and offenses. BIR pending.
Senator Smitherman.
If there's no question about the BIR, I ask passage of the BIR and ask unanimous consent to use previous role.
Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Williams.
34 ayes, no nays. Secretary, call the bill.
On page 23 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 89 by Senator Smitherman relating to crimes and offenses.
Senator Smitherman.
Thank you. We passed last year a bill that dealt with the loitering on the not on the main highway. If y'all remember that, we passed that, and this bill seems to address seeks to address it on the exit ramps. Let me just say this: if this is, I can give y'all a visual. At about, if you leave at about 35 more minutes going up through Birmingham, when you get to Green Springs Avenue, you come over that hill, you're gonna see you're gonna just about have to stop almost, not in the outside lane. That's because you got all these people right at the end of the ramp stopping people or either standing in the ramp. It's a safety hazard, but for the GPS on the car, and y'all know the front, when they be going off when you about to hit somebody, I as late as yesterday, I would have ran into the back of somebody, but that thing was going off, and I said, oh my God, I was coming over the hill. So that's what this bill seeks to do, is just to say that you cannot be on the ramp and holding up the traffic for the purpose of trying to solicitate from people. So that's what the bill does. So has anybody got any questions about it? If you don't, I'll move for final passage and ask unanimous consent to use the previous role.
Any objection to previous role? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Williams.
34 ayes, no nays. SB 89 receives final passage. Thank you, Senator Smitherman.
Thank you, members, and thank you, Mr. President.
Secretary, call the next bill on the special order calendar.
On page 8 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 118 by Senators Stewart and Coleman Madison relating to the Alabama Sunset Law Private Investigation Board.
Mr. President, may I be
pending.
recognized?
Yes, Senator Stewart. You're recognized.
Mr. President, I move to the adoption of the BRI using the previous role without objection.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
34 ayes, no nays. Secretary, call the bill.
On page 8 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 118 by Senator Stewart relating to the Alabama Private Investigation Board.
Mr. President, what this bill does, it was an act created in 2013, and it licenses and regulates private investigators, certified trainers, and assistant trainers. And the bill, it extends for 2 years. So I move for final passage using the previous role without objection.
Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Thanks.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
34 ayes, no nays. SB 118 receives final passage. Thank you, Senator Stewart. Secretary, call the next bill on the special order calendar.
On page 15 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 120 by Senator Kelly relating to the Board of Funeral Services, BR pending.
Senator Kelly.
Mr. President, I move adoption of the BR by previous rule without objection.
Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
34 ayes, no nays. Secretary, call the bill.
On page 15 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 120 by Senator Kelly relating to the Alabama Board of Funeral Services.
Senator Kelly.
Mr. President, this bill just is the sunset bill to re-administer the Funeral Services Board, and I move for adoption by previous rule with no objections.
Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
34 ayes, no nays. SB 120 receives its final passage. Thank you, Senator Kelly. Secretary, call the next bill.
On page 15 of the calendar, Senate Bill 121 by Senator Kelly relating to the Real Estate Commission, BR pending.
Senator Kelly.
Mr. President, I move by adoption of the BR by the previous rule with no objections.
Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
34 ayes, no nays. Secretary, call the bill.
On page 15 of the calendar, Senate Bill 121 by Senator Kelly relating to the Alabama Real Estate Commission.
Senator Kelly.
Mr. President, this bill continues the sunset bills, and this is just extended them for another term, and I move for adoption by previous rule.
Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
34 ayes, no nays. SB 121 receives final passage. Thank you, Senator Kelly.
Thank you, Mr.
Secretary, call the
President.
next bill on the special order calendar.
On page 9 of the calendar, Senate Bill 130 by Senator Barfoot relating to the Alabama Board of Court Reporting, BR pending.
Senator Barfoot.
Mr. President, move for adoption of the BIR using previous rule without objection.
Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
34 ayes, no nays. Secretary, call the bill.
On page 9 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 130 by Senator Barfoot relating to the Alabama Board of Court Reporting.
Senator Barfoot.
Mr. President, thank you. Move for final passage of SB 130 using previous rule with no objection.
Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
34 ayes, no nays. SB 130 receives final passage. Secretary, call the next bill on the special order calendar.
On page 10 of the calendar, Senate Bill 131 by Senator Barfoot relating to the Alabama Behavior Analyst Licensing Board, BR pending.
Senator Barfoot.
Thank you, Mr. President. Move for BIR using previous rule.
Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
34 ayes, no nays. BR is adopted. Secretary, call the bill.
On page 10 of the calendar, Senate Bill 131 by Senator Barfoot relating to the Alabama Behavior Analyst Licensing Board.
Senator Barfoot.
Thank you, Mr. President. Move final passage of SB 131 using previous rule.
Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
34 ayes, no nays. SB 131 receives final passage. Thank you, Senator Barfoot. Secretary, call the next bill on the special order calendar.
On page 17 of the calendar, Senate Bill 136 by Senator Gudger relating to the statewide 911 board. BIR pending.
Mr. President?
Yes, Senator Gudger.
Thank you. This is a sunset bill as well, but I'd like to carry it over to the call of the chair until next week.
Any objection to carrying over the call of the chair?
Can I adopt the BIR at this point still? Is it too late? I'd like to move the BIR, please.
Previous roll?
Using previous roll.
Any objection to using previous roll? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
34 ayes, no nays. Secretary, call the bill.
On page 17 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 136 by Senator Gudger relating to the Alabama Sunset Law.
Mr. President?
Senator Gudger.
I'd like to make a motion to carry this over to call of the chair.
Any objection to carrying over the call of the chair? Hearing none, so ordered.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Gudger. This concludes the special. No, we've got another one. Excuse me, another page.
That's all right. Y'all been trying to overlook me
Secretary,
all
call the
day.
next bill. Didn't see that back page.
On page 17 of the calendar, Senate Bill 137 by Senator Gudger relating to the Alabama Board of Massage Therapy. BIR pending.
Senator Gudger.
I'd like to move the BIR, please.
Any objection using previous roll? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
34 ayes, no nays. BIR is adopted. Secretary, call the bill.
On page 17 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 137 by Senator Gudger relating to the Massage Therapy Board. Committee substitute pending.
Senator Gudger.
I'd like to make a motion for adoption of the committee sub using previous roll without objection.
Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
34 ayes, no nays. BIR is adopted. The committee substitute is adopted. Secretary, or back on the bill.
Thank you. We're back on the bill. I'd like to make a final motion for third reading for this particular bill.
Any objection using previous roll? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
34 ayes, no nays. SB 137 is adopted. Thank you,
Mr.
Senator
President.
Gudger. Secretary, call the next bill on the special order calendar.
On page 11 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 144 by Senator Coleman Madison relating to the Board of Examiners in Psychology. BIR pending.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to move the BIR use the previous roll without objection.
Any objection to previous roll? Hearing none, so up. We got an objection. Secretary, call the long roll.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Allen. Mr. Barfoot. Mr. Beasley.
Psychology board.
Mr. Bell.
I'm right over here.
Mr. Butler.
Yeah, they did.
Mr. Carnley. Mr. Chambliss. Mr. Chasteen. Ms. Coleman. Ms. Coleman Madison.
Aye.
Mr. Elliott. Ms. Figures. Mr. Gavan. Mr. Gudger. Mr. Hatcher. Mr. Hovey. Mr. Jones. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kitchens. Mr. Livingston. Mr. Melson. Mr. Orr. Mr. Price. Mr. Reed. Mr. Roberts. Mr. Sessions. Mr. Shellnut. Mr. Singleton. Mr. Smitherman. Mr. Stewart. Mr. Stutz. Mr. Wagner. Ms. Weaver. Mr. Williams.
I'm trying to get out.
22 ayes, no nays. The BR is adopted. Secretary, call the bill.
On page 11 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 144 by Senator Coleman Madison.
Members, the Alabama Board of Examiners of Psychology was the board that created in 1963, and their mission is to safeguard the health and safety and welfare of Alabamians by requiring those who practice psychology and psychologists, psychological technicians in the state of Alabama to be certified and qualified. And this is just a reauthorization for them to continue to serve through October 2028. I move final passage. Using
Previous roll? Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
You got the Grinch over there.
We had objection. Call the long roll.
Somebody didn't vote.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Allen. Mr. Barfoot. Mr. Beasley. Mr. Bell. Mr. Butler. Mr. Carnley. Mr. Chambliss. Mr. Chastain. Ms. Coleman. Ms. Coleman Madison. Mr. Elliott. Ms. Figures. Mr. Gavan. Mr. Gudger. Mr. Hatcher. Mr. Hovey. Mr. Jones. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kitchens. Mr. Livingston. Mr. Melson. Mr. Orr. Mr. Price. Mr. Reed. Mr. Roberts. Mr. Sessions. Mr. Shelnut. Mr. Singleton. Mr. Smitherman. Mr. Stewart. Mr. Stutz. Mr. Wagner. Ms. Weaver. Mr. Williams.
Twenty-three ayes, no nays. SB 144 receives its final passage. Thank you, Senator Coleman Madison.
Thank you, sir.
Secretary, call the next bill on the special order calendar.
On page 12 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 145 by Senator Coleman Madison, relating to the Board of Examiners and Counseling. BR pending.
Senator Coleman Madison.
Move the BIR.
Like to use previous roll. Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton.
Objection, we got it.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Allen. Mr. Barfoot. Mr. Beasley. Mr. Bell. Mr. Butler. Mr. Carnley. Mr. Chambliss. Mr. Chastain. Ms. Coleman. Ms. Coleman Madison.
Aye.
Mr. Elliott. Ms. Figures. Mr. Gavan. Mr. Gudger. Mr. Hatcher. Mr. Hovey. Mr. Jones. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kitchens. Mr. Livingston, Mr. Melson, Mr. Orr, Mr. Price, Mr. Reed, Mr. Roberts, Mr. Sessions, Mr. Shelnut, Mr. Singleton, Mr. Smitherman, Mr. Stewart, Mr. Stutz, Mr. Wagner, Ms. Weaver, Mr. Williams.
Twenty-two ayes, no nays. BR is adopted. Secretary, call the bill.
On page 12 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 145 by Senator Coleman Madison relating to the Board of Examiners and Counseling.
Senator Coleman Madison.
The Alabama Board of Examiners and Counselors is a state regulatory agency that is responsible for overseeing the counseling and licensure and ensuring ethical and competent counseling practices. Yeah, we want to move it. But I thought I would start my first hour since we had some objections on it. No, we're not even going to go there. And we want you to understand that we do have a counseling compact with other states. This is to reauthorize them for the next 2 years, 2026, because there were some abbreviated reports and things that we are requesting for them. So move final passage. Roll call vote.
All right, Secretary, call the roll.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Allen, Mr. Barfoot, Mr. Beasley, Mr. Bell, Mr. Butler, Mr. Carnley, Mr. Chambliss, Mr. Chasteen, Ms. Coleman, Ms. Coleman Madison, Mr. Elliott, Ms. Figures, Mr. Gavan, Mr. Gudger, Mr. Hatcher, Mr. Hovey, Mr. Jones, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kitchens, Mr. Livingston, Mr. Melson, Mr. Orr, Mr. Price, Mr. Reed, Mr. Roberts, Mr. Sessions, Mr. Shelnut, Mr. Singleton, Mr. Smitherman, Mr. Stewart, Mr. Stutz, Mr. Wagner, Ms. Weaver, Mr. Williams.
22 ayes, no nays. SB 145 receives final passage. Thank you, Senator
I couldn't let Senator Butler have all the fun over there.
Mr. President.
Senator Orr.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd move to set sunset aside to bring up SB 62 using the previous roll on that motion. 62, it's the sales tax on baby formula and other things. And the Pro Tem has asked myself and the senator across the way to fill time for 10 minutes. But for all those people in the gallery, we're going to start pulling bills up out of order and just sending them downstairs. We got a whole list up here, don't we, Senator?
There's a long list, and I think there's an opportunity. But I feel confident we're going to stay on this.
This will be the Orr and Barfoot calendar. We're just
That's right.
around the road.
Are we on the bill now, Senator Orr?
They have not called the bill. I said previous roll. I've already said.
Any objection using the previous roll? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
22 ayes, no nays. Motion is adopted. Secretary, call the bill.
62. 62. First one on the calendar.
Senate Bill on page 1 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 62 by Senator Orr, relating to sales and use tax exemptions. BR pending.
Senator Orr.
BIR's been adopted, I think. Yeah, this is, so we're on the bill. The BIR was adopted a couple days ago. True? No? There is, are we on the BIR? Or we're on the amendment, the committee amendment. Since the pro tem asked us to fill time, you know, as I know, it's Thursday afternoon, tail light Thursday, and lots of people want to go home. We'll talk for just a few minutes and then hopefully get a green light to move forward. The committee amendment was adopted, obviously, by the committee. What it does is the bill originally, as filed, included local sales taxes, both county and city, and also the state sales taxes for feminine hygiene products, baby formula, baby diapers, bottles, and things like that, wipes, thank you. So things that you would use in having an infant. In its infinite wisdom, the committee decided to adopt by overwhelming vote the exclusion of local and city and county taxes. So that's what the committee amendment is.
I'm for your amendment.
You're for my amendment. Well, I suspect that there are only a few of us ideologues or those that are very passionate about this, and I see the pro tem's back, so maybe we can get clicking. If I can get a nod, we'll get clicking. I'd move adoption of the committee amendment using the previous roll, Mr. President.
We've got an objection. Call the long roll.
Uh-oh, so now somebody's mad at me. Good gracious.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Allen.
It's equal opportunity madness.
Mr. Barfoot.
Aye.
Mr. Beasley. Mr. Bell. Mr. Butler. Mr. Carnley. Mr. Chambliss. Mr. Chasteen. Ms. Coleman. Ms. Coleman Madison. Mr. Elliott. Ms. Figures. Mr. Gavan. Mr. Gudger. Mr. Hatcher. Mr. Hovey. Mr. Jones. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kitchens. Mr. Livingston. Mr. Melson. Mr. Orr. Mr. Price. Mr. Reed. Mr. Roberts. Mr. Sessions. Mr. Shelnut. Mr. Singleton. Mr. Smitherman. Mr. Stewart. Mr. Stutz. Mr. Wagner. Ms. Weaver. Mr. Williams.
(26 ayes, 3 nays). The committee amendment is adopted.
Now we're on the bill. I would move third reading using the long roll, please, Mr. President.
Secretary, call the long roll.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Allen. Mr. Barfoot. Mr. Beasley. Mr. Bell. Mr. Butler. Mr. Carnley. Mr. Chambliss. Mr. Chasteen. Ms. Coleman. Ms. Coleman Madison. Mr. Elliott. Ms. Figures. Mr. Gavan. Mr. Gudger. Mr. Hatcher. Mr. Hovey. Mr. Jones. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kitchens. Mr. Livingston. Mr. Melson. Mr. Orr. Mr. Price. Mr. Reed. Mr. Roberts. Mr. Sessions. Mr. Shillnut. Mr. Singleton. Mr. Smitherman. Mr. Stewart. Mr. Stutz. Mr. Wagner. Ms. Weaver. Mr. Williams.
26 ayes, no nays. SB 62 receives its final passage. Thank you, Senator Orr. Senator Hatcher, you're recognized for a moment of personal privilege.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just wanted to take just a brief moment. This morning on the way when I was leaving home, my mom called to make me aware of the fact that a lady we've known for a while who had already arrived at school to teach, that she dropped dead. And this is a lady that I've been in funerals in a capacity singing every Saturday since January 27th. And she was at a funeral on last Saturday, and she got to work this morning, and she dropped dead. Healthy looking. She's a mother of 6 boys, grown boys. There are those in this, probably all of us in this chamber, who are well acquainted with death, grief. Many of those persons in this chamber are individuals that I have named in prayers, because I do believe, as my grandmother would say often, don't simply put me on your duty-bound list. Call my name. And I have called the names of Senator Roberts and his family, and Senator Kelly and his family, and Senator Coleman Madison and her family. Senator Barfoot and I had a wonderful opportunity this morning to spend time with some 4th graders. There's an echo of a word that says, and the children will lead. One of those little boys, his name is Franco, he said, at the moment of questions, he made to me, he said, what's the hardest part of being a senator? Incredibly articulate kid. Very serious question for his age. And what's interesting is he raised that question with me at I think just the right time. Today was to be after a conversation that Senator Singleton doesn't know until probably in this very moment, that I was planning to have with him after this session today was to be my last day in this body. I had indicated to, in a committee hearing, the challenge is not about being particularly overwhelmed over these last 12 days. I am one who completely believes in, if I can't help situations, I sure do not wish to be a part of hurting them. And I saw far too many people over these last 12 days. The pain in folks' eyes. It made it almost unbearable for me. And I am not perfect. In fact, I thank God for my flaws. And so I penned the letter to the governor's attention, obviously, and all of the other individuals who would be a part of that. But that baby raised a question about what's the hardest part? And in my little explanation to him, he offered one to me. And there are those of you in this chamber who know that I believe firmly in the power of prayer. I do. And I do believe that, but I'm not a religious zealot. I understand that by virtue of prayer, there's the theological act itself is the passion. And I also know that in this chamber, because I have friends, very close friends, actually, in other state houses throughout this country. And I know they do not have the relationships that we enjoy here. I do know that. And I know that there are many moments when the contention, the fighting among them is so incredibly intense that these are not individuals who even speak to each other. That is not the case here. But what I do know is this too. I do know that whether or not we are willing to embrace it or not, and I think we are, that we all realize we have a charge to keep and a God to glorify. And that if we're given the opportunity for what we get to do, to lead, to be a voice for the voiceless, for those folks who are hurting right now for any number of reasons, that we should do that. And we won't always get it right. But I do believe that a part of the value of just leadership, the gift of it, is that we do our best to get it right. And as I say about working with young people and our babies, I only have 3 words for that. Do no harm. And so I listened this morning because I'm still listening for God's voice in this. And as I listened to the debate with Senator Singleton and Senator Melson, who I'm so grateful that God has spared his life. Listening to the raw, voice of genuine concern about the very things that Senator Singleton mentioned, and trying to find, Kirk, what is your place in this body? Well, I'll end with this. Dr. Benning Mays had a wonderful little saying. He said, I would rather go to hell by choice than stumble into heaven following the crowd. We didn't choose this moment, but we're here. And in many instances, as much as I think, and I have concluded, that the privilege of being here is done, I suspect Franco is right. He's right, Mr. Leader, that is not. And that there's much more work to do. And so, as John Lewis was saying, I'll take my seat. He says, we may not have chosen the time, but the time has chosen us. And so as I speak on Sunday to the crowd of people who are coming from around the country at Faith in Politics, it's a simple message. We have to keep fighting to get it right. And so with that, I hope, because ultimately these are not things that I would share in open company. I'm pretty much a private person, but I uttered those words in a committee meeting at a moment of high emotion, and it's my responsibility to at least be able to be responsible enough to bring the conclusion of that to this body. So it looks like, as I said to my friends when I announced that I would not be running for Congress, thanks be to God, that I said, you're stuck with me. So for whatever it may be, it appears, Chris Elliott, you're stuck with me. So thank God for all of you, and thank you for the moment of personal privilege.
Thank you, Senator Hatcher. Senator Reid, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I think that the body as a whole is jealous of the eloquent capacity of Senator Hatcher and his ability to poetically put words together. So thank you, Senator. He gave a good word to us. With that, Mr. President, you're a lot better looking.
I don't know about that.
Then please let him know that I said you're a lot better looking than who's normally in the chair. But
I'm sure he'll find that out.
You've done a good job, Mr. President. Thank you for your diligence today. Ladies and gentlemen, and the staff, never forget our staff who work tirelessly to help us do our jobs. We appreciate them so much. With that, Mr. President, I'm going to make it a motion that we stand adjourned until 4 p.m. on Thursday, March the 5th.
You heard the motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? We stand adjourned.
Thank you, Mr. President.